Hello! Today's plan is quite simple. I have Plat Chat later on today, and the team that I'm most unsure about is GenG, because they're the team that I kind of glossed over the final couple of games that they played because I wasn't able to watch them live, and I just caught kind of the the highlights, the VODs afterwards, but in a scattered way. So let's put some serious time into reviewing them so that I feel confident about my assessment of them. And that's the game plan today, basically. Hello, Seka7. Hello, how's it going? How's it going? General G is getting reviewed today. Old General G. So the game plan is we're going to take a look at this one. So of the games that GenG played, I watched a ton of them. They played a lot, right? So I've watched, I don't think I watched their first game against RRQ, actually, but I watched them play against PaperX, then I watched them play against RRQ, then I watched them play against Secret, and then I've caught kind of glimpses of the others. And the first game that I want to begin with is this one, where they played against DRX. So we want to watch GenG versus DRX, and then we want to watch GenG versus PaperX, because I only caught glimpses of these matches and want to see them properly. Hello, Light VLR. How's it going? I was watching the Baldur's Gate 3 VODs. Shit is gas. It's so good. I need to watch more of Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. Have you seen TMV's horrendous, no good, very bad tier list? Of teams? No, I haven't. On Plat Chat today, though, we're doing the top 10 players for Madrid. I don't know. By the way, we used to do top 20, which was more sensible. Now we're doing top 10. I don't know how I don't know whether you appreciate at home how difficult a top 10 list is. It's monstrous. There's some players, obviously there are players that aren't attending Madrid, but there are, and yeah, you're right, there's only 8 teams, so maybe your top 10 list shouldn't be that difficult for this event, but fuck me, it's hard. There are some players that are just like, they actually might end up MVPing the event that I've left off my top 10 list. How insane is that? Like, there is a feasible world where, and I know this is feasible, that a player that's outside of my top 10 list could end up being the MVP. Because I just don't think that their team looks great at the moment. I don't think they're individually lighting the world on fire, but I've seen them do it in the past. So, yeah, very, very difficult tier lists, and I think this is definitely the most open tournament that we've had. And I want to see if General G can get the job done as well. TMV said that there are no S tier teams going to Madrid. Well, I guess that's one reasonable way of doing a tier list. The problem is that we don't know enough about how the teams interact, I think, at this stage, so it's difficult to properly rank them. But I'd feel fairly comfortable putting some of the teams in the S tier. Like, I think the retake protocols that we're seeing from Karma Core and Sentinels are some of the best we've ever seen in the entire game. So I would put them in the S tier, to be honest with you. But there you go. There's never been a tournament where it's this hard to predict which team will do well. Yeah, it's very difficult. But anyway, later on today, we're doing Plat Chat, and we're going to be doing our top 10 lists. And so we'll talk through all of that. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to go through mine on stream right now. I'm going to stick to the game plan, and I'm going to make sure that I actually close Adobe Premiere Pro. In case you're wondering, I edited a video which was a cut down of Trace versus EDG. That's going to be live on my YouTube. It's like a 45-minute long. It's like the full map, but with a lot of the dead time cut out, kind of thing. Just like a classic co-streamer VOD. So anyway, that's going to be on my YouTube. And then every day from now on, there's going to be a different one of my co-stream videos is being posted to my YouTube channel as well. So you got that to look forward to if you missed any of the co-streams or want to catch up on any of the big matches that happened. But as for this one, let's have a look.
That's really...
So again, the game plan today is to figure out if GenG are actually a good team that can do serious damage when it comes to Madrid. That's the game plan. Let me launch Epic Pen. And let's have at it. So I think from my previous watchings of GenG, my overall impression of them was that they're a team with some good ideas, but lacking some of the execution on those ideas. People like Munchkin and Lakia in particular have not been turning up in most of their games, although I know that Munchkin went fucking bonkers crazy towards the end of the event as well. So these games, we're probably going to see massive performances out of Munchkin. Normally, I wouldn't expect that. I don't think Munchkin's fragging has been that great throughout all the rest of the tournament. But he's a very inconsistent player, so he can sometimes just turn it on. But let's focus on the ideas. Let's focus on the execution, the team play, that kind of thing. Let's try not to get too dazzled by individualism unless we think that it would actually blow away the other teams in Madrid. So starting with the composition, the comp seems pretty good for Bind. It's very standard.
It looks like we're going to a game. We're going to go to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Very standard.
Thank you very much.
How many hours till plat chat? About 6, something like that. So the defensive setup, they have the Viper wall that goes through here. They got a trip on hookah. A lot of the Pacific teams are doing hookah floods, so that seems pretty reasonable to me. Cam above here, which means that they're probably planning to play B mostly retake, like possibly playing offsite here to get a kill through onto the trip, and then mostly playing retake. Yeah, so DRX, I'm not looking at DRX too much, but it is important to take a look at DRX in case they're just tossing rounds away, right? So running the Yoru, running the Gecko, it's an interesting composition. Solo Gecko, though. Not the most standard in the world, I think. So pistol round 4-player stack is not super wild, you know. They dizzy out of the orb. This orb towards B long, a lot of teams are running that. It's pretty difficult to get past. Oh, this is a slow pistol round. Nobody trying to rotate. Very committed to this A stack. So that Munchkin should end up just playing for... This should be a 5v5 retake, right? Yeah, I mean, the Gecko Yoru has some nice coordination. On Bind, I think you really benefit from double initiator a lot of the time, but, you know, most teams aren't playing double initiator because double smokes are also really powerful here. Yo, Ethos, thank you for the raid. I just turned my stream on. We're doing a VOD review of general gaming. Alright, and they just get absolutely whacked trying to go through backside. Is there any chance that they actually win this? The rest of DRX are playing super passively here. Nah, they've got this, they've got this. What's up, Ethos? How's it going? I hope you have a good stream. I hope you had a good stream, I suppose. Thank you very much. Yeah, the goal for this stream for any new viewers that are coming in is to do a VOD review of this team, GenG, who are going to Madrid. I think it was Kaplan, the coach of Sentinels, said that GenG was one of the teams he was most excited to face. And they played an explosive finals against Paper X. But I want to see what their ideas look like, what their execution of it looks like, that kind of thing. And good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning.
Holding the correct angles, that trying to get through there is so difficult. Of course, with the timing of the Poison Cloud and the Molly as well to make sure that...
All right, we're going to skip through this round unless it looks like it's going to get dangerous. It's a pretty similar setup to the pistol round. A 4-stack over towards the A site. Not even the cam for retake. That same kind of thing. All trying to flood back through CT. Once the orb goes down, all got caught in the crossfires. So, all right, rifle round. Let's have a look. Plat chat's in about 6 hours, Jelly. Do you think GenG make it to the finals? I mean, personally, no, but that's kind of what the point of the stream is.
Just over Cyber Cage, and Stax is going to clear it, grab the orb. You're going to see.
All right, Stax takes orb.
Bundled into Stax if possible, of course, to get that thrash up
and yeah, the defensive setup's shifted here, right? I suppose that's another thing to point out. They got the Brim Smoke down here instead of the Viper Orb. Up at this point, they're actually holding 2 across B. GenG going for a contact re-clear into the bonus round. Flash Dizzy combo, or rather clone Flash Dizzy combo there, I think. Whoa, let me just have a quick look at that one. How's Texture getting the kill back there? Oh, He just blind spams into showers. Dude, Texture's so fucking good. Just get somebody in showers, turns around, deletes Buzz in lamps as well. Making up for the fact that his team was in a 4v5. Texture's phenomenal, man. That's a Texture round. I mean, he kills 2 before the retake even starts to begin. We don't even really get to see what GenG's retake looks like at all, because Texture's just kind of a little randomly killed them all very early on in the round. All right, they punish Foxy9 at the very start there as well. Foxy caught out by that. Rotated their Cypher over towards B, playing it with the Viper. There's that hookah trip. It's like a diagonal one. I think this trip is deliberately designed to catch the Yoru as well, because this is the corner that the Yoru TP is going to land in a lot of the time when people do Yoru execs. Yeah. Oh, the Yoru TP actually goes deep. Most of the time, when Tens is doing his exec, he'll go into this corner, usually, and then he goes and runs up on top of the site often. But this TP kind of slid past and went into bag site. Oh, he's gone into the smoke. Oh, that's a cool idea from Buzz. I like that. Going into your own brim smoke in order to pop flash yourself back out as the rest of your team hits. That's a cool idea. I don't really feel bad about GenG falling for that. I think that's a very, very cool way of playing it. Alright, let's skip the rest of this round, though. So now GenG are back onto an eco round. They stack 3 players over towards B. This one could get a little dangerous. Munchkin spotted. Alright, they know that there's 4 play. They know there's 3 players here, actually. They haven't seen Meteor. That's a great push through the smoke there from Meteor in backside. He waits until Buzz comes out of his ult to swing and punish, because he's anti the whole time. Yeah, I really like the way that they're playing this. Meteor's done a great job there of flooding into backside to help the rest of his team. It's still winnable for Flashback, arguably favored to Flashback. I don't know. He didn't break the boombot. Wow, Texture is so fucking good, man. Love the blast pack peak. Dude, Texture is so good. I've got him really high on my rankings. Where do I have him, man? I've got him really high on my rankings. I think I need to move him higher. I forget until I watch him how fucking good he is. Sexture.
It's a good question. That's Korean for I'm having fun.
Rotators could easily just be running into the smoke. They could be, but you mean at the timing that Buzz chooses to TP out of it? I think in a pro game like this, though, remember that in pro matches, usually your rotators aren't like massively over-rotating to the site until you've fully committed to the hit. So I think it's more likely you get caught by that play if you're trying it in a rank game.
I am enjoying. Ooh, well, I'm enjoying that. Certainly is having fun, but not.
All right, Munchkin doesn't really anticipate anybody trading the brim there.
It's opened up an Meteor. Did he catch a glimpse? Well, he certainly has now. Flashback looking to push him.
And then Texture is taking this peak as well. So, yeah, Munchkin managing to get 1, but doesn't really think about anybody else coming afterwards. I would expect him to be, you know, ready to throw down a nanoswarm, a snakebite at least, if he wanted to back up. Or keep his crosshair placed for the second guy. Meteor is so down to swing. They're very much taking the fight to DRX as DRX go for these execs. I mean, they're so happy to peek them. In the bonus round, they went for a double dry reclear of showers. Here, Meteor just decides to swing into the short exec. Karen's just a little out in the open there. Did he think that Buzz was still in lamps? Oh. Wow, and Buzz gets the ace.
The gate crashes set up, gets the dimensional.
So GenG are getting ecoed quite a lot here. It's not that GenG are doing badly, it's that they keep losing the eco swing rounds.
This is one of the things that I was having qualms
So
about.
on this eco round, they're 4 stacking towards B. Very happy to gamble.
Super aggressive.
Looks like... Oh, they do find the read at the right time. Munchkin walks out sand at the same time as everybody else. Like, gives info to the rest of his team, and they all rotate over to A.
Tremendous in so many regards.
Down to 17 HP.
The more time that gets ticked here, the more Karen's ult could be pretty huge. 40
Drop
seconds.
down into the site proper, perhaps make it happen, but now Lakia himself is going to be taken out of the picture here. Snake bite forward in towards Lamps.
Oh, still doesn't land a shot onto Karen.
That scenario. Now the reveal comes in.
Oh, and
Texture
Flashback loses the duel on texture.
Flashback. Mako getting pushed in ahead of this volley. Stacks barely gets out of the pot.
Oh, dude, Stacks doesn't get out of the ult. Jesus Christ.
And oh man, some man.
Does GenG do anything spectacular in that round, or is that just a flop from DRX? How are they catching 2 in this ult? How does Stacks go down in the ult? He just thinks he's walked out of it and hasn't, basically. And Buzz tucks himself into a position where he can't leave. Karen also being able to get 2 with the judge is pretty wild, after he was also vulnerabled up in the duel against Foxy9. Okay.
It all started with texture starting to pop heads.
Can you pick me a horse for Cheltenham? No, I'm definitely not doing that. Early calls, Zekken will be the best player in Madrid. Certainly not an unreasonable take. The bookies have Loud as favourites for Madrid, closely followed by Sen. Do you agree with this? I think those kind of things come into the argument of, do you believe that teams with experience are favored over teams without? Like, do you think the rookie players are going to crumble on the big stage? And if you do, then you're probably not thinking that KC or Heretics are going to do well. And if you really think that experience matters, then you favor Loud even more because you know what they've been able to do in the past. That's not how I would predict the tournament to go, but there you have it.
Zone. I mean, you have so many ults for DRX. You have a couple to counter though with GenG. I mean, you have the Seekers. So you have decent utility to potentially clear that Viper's Pit if it comes down. Gate crash, Thrash to clear sight.
One of the teams that looks really, really good right now will probably crumble. But I don't know if it's that predictable who it is. I'm sure some people are going to be going for Heretics, like you've said, Catopes. But I'm sure other people would go for, like, you know, KC, or they expect Loud and Paper X to be amazing because that's just what they've been doing in the past. A lot of people with a lot of different opinions. Some are guaranteed to be correct, but that doesn't mean that they really knew something that the others didn't. It's just that when everybody's going to have a different take, one of them is going to be right.
Back in those DK days, I mean, getting just brutalized by DRX, you know, time and time again. That's revenge has got to be on their mind. You know, of course, Solo and Lakia were able to best DRX back in 2021 to get themselves to Reiki.
So they have Texture just kind of solo holding short here with his op. Munchkin, I really don't like the way that Munchkin is fighting here in... Because the other thing is he's taking such aggressive fights while his orb is over here. He doesn't have like a smoke that he's playing around. He's not trying to just take a passive position, grab a kill, back away, snake bite. Like, he's not trying to play here to, I don't know, break Dizzy or whatever. I mean, if they want to commit into hookah, they're going to be throwing... Actually, I'm not exactly sure what they're going to be throwing to take hookah control, to be honest with you, with the way that DRX's comp works. But it would probably be a Yoru Flash Dizzy Flash, I think. But I just really don't like the way that Munchkin's playing that. Giving his team a disadvantage at the very beginning of the round. And no real info from GenG that it is a B hit. What is Lakia doing? Why is Lakia now just 1v1 in there as well?
What a kill as Meteor now.
You still have 2 players on the site. You have Trips to play around. Meteor now just gets overwhelmed because he has no help. He doesn't have anyone holding his angles for him. He doesn't know which side exactly the Yoru's going to be scaling. Doesn't have a flash to play off. Doesn't have, you know, snake bites holding the rest of the team back or something. Bleh.
Especially with that orbital strike in play.
Do you think Sen have a terrible map pool? No, I did at the beginning of the season, but now that they have looked competent on Icebox, and to be honest, they look okay on Ascent as well. They've just played against some pretty good Ascent teams. Their whole map pool looks good. There's 3 maps that don't look incredible for them, right? There's like Ascent, I guess Breeze and Icebox don't look astoundingly good. I think their bind is also quite readable as well. I think they've been playing the same bind for quite a long time now, and people are going to have some pretty hard antis for it. But generally, I think their map pool is one of the best out of the teams going. Who's my dark horse in the tournament? How do you have a dark horse when no one knows who the favorites are? I don't know. I don't know whether the concept of dark horse even makes sense for Madrid.
Decent poking and prodding the opposite side of the map there.
Now DRX taking a bit of time, really trying to feel the map out. GenG.
So now they're going for another one of these reclears over towards showers. Doing a lot of these dry reclear kind of things around the map to try to give them enough info for them to rotate. I mean, we've seen Munchkin get punished for these before. They got punished in round 3 and round 9. Hello, Miles.
In this part of the internet, localized entirely within a Twitch stream?
Yes. Can I watch it? Yeah, actually, you're allowed. You're allowed to watch it this time, Miles.
Set up a crossfire. Texture going to launch the nades as well.
Shoulder trying to slow him up. Flush out of the tube here. The orbital strike does come down, but Buzz is going to be the first one to fall. Pocket with the kill now. Karan going to be taken out. The rocket gets lobbed in, and Foxy 9 will fall, but now before fighting too.
See, I don't actually mind the way that GenG tried to fight over this. I think the flash out and fighting it. Well, actually, they didn't swing from that direction, but the flash out and then fighting both from tube to the front of site makes sense from Lakia and Meteor. It allowed Texture to pop through the smoke with his ultimate. And then in the end, the DRX numbers and the trading ended up coming out on top. But I really don't mind the way that GenG fought that. I think it's better than the previous round where they just one by one trickled their way into hookah. Does Munchkin win some kind of crazy clutch in this spot? Ooh, clean.
I wish they just put a timeout out of the way.
And I did watch this map, but sorry, I watched this whole match, but I watched it like while I was prepping for Americas, and I wasn't really paying attention to it properly. So some of these moments are coming back to me as well. See you, Emperor. All right, so this setup again is different from GenG. They've got the Cypher playing over towards A, but they've gone for an attempt at a deep trip. The DRX know that it's there. They've heard it being placed at the beginning of the round. And then we've got still our... this is interesting, though, as well. We've got a Brim Smoke and then a Viper Smoke behind it. So... And then Munchkin is also just pushing sand at the beginning of the round. What is... Dude, Munchkin is going to fucking feed in these games at Madrid.
Timeout out of the way. 4 rounds we played in the half.
He jump peeks, doesn't see anything, and just starts walking down sand immediately. Wow, he's so bold. He has found a bit of a gap, but then he overpushes. And he should get killed, man. He should get killed. It pisses me off seeing people get away with that kind of stuff.
He's not going to win that.
No, he's not. Munchkin getting the better of him and actually not even taking any damage for his efforts.
I think it's such a punishable play that he has no reason to go for that.
Pretty well aware that could be a possibility. Just could not find the aim. Munchkin swung just a little bit wider.
It's also not like he's playing against a Cypherless comp where he's going to be able to get big value out of mid-round flanking or even early flanking if he realizes that DRX are going for an exec at the beginning of the round.
just
Remember your previous criticism against Tens that made his whole fan base go wild? Now he's the player you wanted him to be? Yeah, he kind of is. He's still got that wild flair. He still throws a few rounds away, but my God, he's winning more than he loses.
Hawk, though. Gonna get a little info.
And it's not as important the moments where he throws his life away.
Ready to go here from Texture.
Because it's not to do with the entire, like, the way that the entire team is working.
Taken down.
He's a piece in the puzzle now. He can afford to take those
Going
risks.
to be interrupted. 20 seconds remaining. Try to pull this one off.
Now that he's not on
Raptor,
duelist or
Trigger,
initiator.
Meteor pushing up out of the smoke, managing to find stacks. Bill goes in.
Notably, his duelist and initiator play still really struggled in the tournament. Well, not really struggled, but it was a lot less impactful than his Omen. His Omen has just been tearing shit up.
Lucky there. His gun.
From Texture. Sends it out. Wingman rushing forward to Texture.
Spots.
Yeah. Able to find it. Buzz taken down. Not getting much there from Meteor as the plant is going to be interrupted. 20 seconds remaining.
God, that trip.
Pull this one off. Trap wire triggered. Meteor pushing up out of the smoke. Managing to find stacks. Bill goes in. I mean, the molly's there, but
I like the timing from GenG on that swing towards the end. And Meteor's still willing to go for the little individual play as well in the midst of that round.
I believe so.
All right.
Munchkin and Meteor very happy to take risks.
Viper's pit thrown down by Munchkin. You have one of the best ults available to deal with it.
Looks like he's going to get a free shot at it if he can find it in a post-plan arena or retake scenario.
So Buzz is going to grab info for the rest of his team here.
Spots him.
Spots
A little bit more. Looks like he's
one.
gonna be happy to try to just go for spot there onto the Viper in the back, but
That didn't really work.
towards short.
Oh, that's a lot of damage on Foxy 9. Texture is so fucking good.
Stacks as well, whittled away at here at 70 HP. Not eating any damage here as the double push up from
Oh, that's a nice flash into backside. Karen's well placed to try to defend that. And actually, Karen, that's a nice idea to try to punish that with the shorty too. How did Munchkin die at the beginning of that?
Not eating any damage here as the double push up from
Oh yeah, Munchkin was full blinded. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Looking for the crunch, but a little bit of a delayed reaction. He'll find the shot, he'll find the aim there.
Yeah, that's just a really nice flash play into backside, I think.
Re-reveal.
And there's a decent chance there that Karen's able to get the better end of
Spot out Meteor and Lock. Yeah.
Mako with the shorty. He just doesn't quite manage it this time.
Plant in low HP bars here for Mako and Stacks. Flashback at full HP. Trying to spot with the cam, see if he can find anything. They check the box. Yeah, they are. Just trying to find a straight connection here on ahead.
Nice angle for flashback if they decide to go lamps.
Mako swinging the corner, looking for a little bit more. Now sends out the volley, pulls back, full flash here into
Oh, that's a
his
good
face.
tag. That does so much damage to Meteor.
Taken lower and lower, and flashback.
Nice.
Will be
Great
over.
round from Mako. Following up on that flash into backside. So, I mean, so far, pretty good pretty good half from DRX. GenG, they took a lot of damage early on in the half because they were losing so many of those eco swing rounds. Just by virtue of them not winning the pistol, to be honest, and having that buffer available to them. But other than that, it was fairly even.
Backs in a frenzy, so I think
What do they look like on the attack side?
do here is the barriers get ready to drop.
And shields to back it up. So funneling in.
Did you see Sliggy's video of top 3 anti-strats of kickoff? No, I
try to
didn't see
open
it.
this Poison cloud. Oh, they're gonna pause.
What was he talking about?
Not the full-blown rush here.
There were some really cool ones.
Lurking within this.
Oh my god.
I think the EG, dude, the EG one against Loud has got to be in there. That was so clinical.
My god.
And he pushed it all. From Texture, he's right behind him. And they're just going to push in.
Right. So Foxy 9 tries to take a timing there, thinking that they're all over towards A, because his B long players have all pushed out B long. I'm not seeing anything. So GenG
They're worried
read that play
Aiden
pretty heavy.
Stacks had pushed into their spawn area or towards that area. It did not. So now they're going to identify that. Rethink how they're going to attack this round. You do have a camera waiting right around that corner. Catch a glimpse and maybe follow up off the trap wire as well.
Things are down short, so it seems like overall DRX fairly cognizant of this, but can't afford to try to set any rotations quite yet. But now that the trap wire ends up going down,
My eyes are down.
the rotations starting to come through here, especially with the spike now getting planted.
Spike planted.
Looks like DRX widely just happy to sit back, wait for all 4 players to get over here towards A before they start the retake.
Is Karen going to always play the post plants from default? That seems like a strange place for your Brim to play them from.
Happen.
One smoke from Mako. That's it.
got the molly. He's gonna send it out. Up the
Oh, the
There is
dizzy
pushing
was
back to
so
Dizzy.
perfect.
Looking great. Managing to find the one kill. The fuse is getting started. Buzz stabilizing the aim. Takes down
That's a nice
Texas.
snake bite.
Here from
Fucking hell.
Munchkin. Has them all so very low. Buzz will
Shift it over.
So DRX won both
The
pistol
Punisher
rounds,
A. And it's gonna be
and they
Mako
still end up
actually
losing this map.
needing to deal with some of this, or somewhat.
I can't remember really
Not
what
seeing anyone
happened
on the
here.
back of sight yet. Judge awaits. They love to. Gonna be aware. Munchkin has some
I'm just
snake
going for that
flash
walk down
return,
short.
and
Oh
that's
my
the kill. Munchkin
god,
able to
that's
collect the weapon. Now looks to use it against Buzz, but Buzz is just a little bit faster. Puts him down with that bulldog.
unexpected to see the player with the judge turn the flash and still lose the fight.
Trailblazer. And as
And then what? How is Texture getting that kill as well?
puts him down with that bulldog.
What is going on over here towards B long? They double face and Mako's just caught way out in the open, not thinking about it at all. I mean, he is just straight up like, he has no idea they're that pushed up. He's only thinking about the A lurk.
Goes in, but Buzz is just so damn low. 28 HP remaining.
What a flash.
Lovely flash.
Finding one low HP there on Meteor, but that Judge
DRX have put a lot of time into these like set flash positions. The Dizzy is really nicely placed. The Euro flash is nicely placed as well. But they're just not aware enough of different threats. Been a few times now where they've just been caught out completely by something.
In the middle of swinging wide, and it cost him.
I mean,
Maybe cost
Foxy's also been getting owned a bit. Yeah, he's 6 and 11. I mean, he's had some crucial missed duels. A lot of them against Munchkin, actually. The one in Market and the one in Labs.
Just cam for cam as the creep up comes through.
So
now.
this round they go for something pretty similar to what they did previously.
Backing up here onto the high
Oh,
ground,
that
and
doesn't look
Foxy
great
gonna be able
from
to stop
Karen.
Karen with that classic texture.
Texture's around the other side, though. Good coordination there.
Foxy as well as Buzz.
Pushing Texture around the back of Lamps while the others go in the front. Realizing that DRX were bunkered in there.
She wants to push for this one.
This should just be a dunzo kind of round.
Well, he is not happy that he didn't get the ace.
He wanted that ace.
Like he has really pushed up towards B long. I think it looks like he's going to try and fake that it's...
Yeah.
I'm having the
Yeah, look, so they're trying to make it feel like it's a B-side default. They're dogging up here alone. In the meantime, they've got 3 players just contacting into showers. So this is another really heavy read of what's going on for DRX here.
best day.
Assuming that they're just going to be holding it from sight with Cypher utility. And now they hear the cam as well.
Now, like you said, texture is available
So they've inserted Meteor.
with the showstopper.
They know there's probably 3 players B just off the back of the dog being used early in the round and the Cypher setup being on A.
Only one bulldog. 4
So
assault rifles for
hitting A here if you have good ways of dealing with the trips is going to be
damage to be done.
good.
Foxy taking a scrape,
Foxy
tries to go for the
spots.
jiggle peek.
Texture.
Peek and pays the price. Now, he's gonna have to start.
And they've re-cleared B long, so now Buzz is over here towards A as well.
Afraid. Play that hooker
Texture's
right
going to
now.
go.
He's been bullied in there.
Gets caught by the trip.
Denies
Gets
the entry.
fucking
Texture
dominated
line
by
it
that
up.
trip.
Didn't know what the hell he was doing. He gets taken out. Foxy 9.
Now surely they don't
Revenge
lose
for
this
that little
round.
scrape coming in. Now he's
Oh
gonna
my
be full
god, yeah they
flash.
do, off the back of Luckiest Flash.
Get some revenge.
That flash positioning is so fucked. It flashes people in backside as well. I mean, barely. But it would flash some people in backside. And it flashes the crap out of Foxy 9.
For that little scrape coming in. Now he's gonna be full flash. Full flash back and back sight.
Good coordination.
Comes up with 2 and Mako.
But they end up losing the round anyway.
On DRX,
Too many
they
people
feel each
die into
other
the
out
trip
there.
at the start.
He's setting it up a little bit further forward.
Can't wait to see Mako pop off at Madrid. Aware? Yeah. Poor Mako.
Still enough money for
Poor
rifles
Mako.
for GenG. Able to get a bit of an economy going. The other side, DRX is
So they got Seekers on the attack side here.
low.
And they got very good retake ultimates for DRX.
Such a narrow.
Dog flies in down B long, but it still feels the same as it did on the previous round where they ended up going for the short exec. Where the fuck is my mouse gone? So they dog up B long. They have 2 players over towards short. This is what they did in the previous round. I mean, Cam is really deep down here as well.
Trying to work off of here. Here's the wall comes in, and he saw the gun barrel.
Just knew.
Good
Yeah.
read from Foxy9.
Kill, the snake bite, stopping
Texture
Meteor,
though,
tracks to the
and
back over here on the B side.
they killed 2 people through smokes.
Karen as well,
They
getting
killed
involved.
2 people
Stacks,
through
that breaks open
smokes.
the site. Flashback, rotating around. The neural tap comes in and chases immediately on the back end, taking down Meteor.
Oh, and Foxy9 is just trying to flood in too. I think Texture can win this. Oh my god, he absolutely can win this.
Spike stuck in
His
backside.
skill is outrageous, Texture.
He's got a pit, but that would be so damn bold.
Good shot from Foxy9. This is 7-10 in the lead. DRX are looking
that's a
good here.
painful one. Really feel like you should have had
They've
that
still
one.
got good retake ultimates. They've got the pit down short as well.
Lacking in ults compared to your
This is
opponent.
where GenG have been heading fairly regularly, is this
Viper's pit,
short
crash.
idea.
Makia does have
GenG, though, are very close to some big ultimates themselves. They have Seekers. They can use that. Pick up Orb. Get Brimalt online. Brimalt the B site or something like that. I mean, they could try and save it for a post, but I think they need tools to be able to get onto site.
They very well may.
Oh, that works too.
So the gate crash he left over towards A, so he doesn't have the ability to gate crash
Right back up into
back to B. They know that there's still people over towards B long, and they know where Stacks is. Are they going to try and flash through to punish Stacks?
Molly at the ready here in the hands of Blanco.
Doesn't look like a great defensive setup here from DRX.
Cross. Manages to take Locky so very low.
Now that they've got Buzz in, it might be a bit better. But they're all grouped up together. They're very grouped up here.
Arrived to reinforce.
Nobody took the orb from GenG either.
Drift. This is so scary.
Or maybe
now.
Texture did it.
A lot
No,
of
Texture's...
utility you can combo off this.
Let's see, he's 1, 2, 3.
No, no one took the orb.
He hasn't been able to check his hookah.
I mean, they know there's a lot of people here, but they've still got to keep people A because... What the... Holy Jesus, what is Buzz going for? I like that cage from Meteor, just threatening the drop. That makes it way more difficult for the B players to defend this.
Seekers let loose. Blanco full
That's Team Flash there from Buzz.
flash here in backside. Dizzy connecting
Whoa,
all
the
players.
Dizzy.
Of course, somehow nobody died, but as I say, that's Zax managing to find 2. Heron will be able to
The
take him down,
trades.
getting the
Oh,
enemy kill.
Meteor so
as well.
happy to be bold and aggressive in these kind of rounds.
Arriving as the pit expands. Back's turn, he gets tucked to the corner. They're almost lined up.
Yeah, the scaling there from GenG is really
And then jumps
nice.
right back out. Over towards that
Also,
A site.
DRX look pretty good with that too, though.
Forward now, getting ready to come through. Seekers
They're just
left
pushing off the back of the Seekers. I mean, Meteor swings right as the Seekers come out through the cage. Texture's already really pushed up as well. And even though they're vulnerable, they're just fighting over the top of site. It's difficult to follow up on this Dizzy because you've got Texture and Meteor on top of the tube, like looking at you the whole time. Yeah, I think this is really nicely scaled by GenG.
Time out now.
Tons of them here today.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, this is just another map in this kickoff story for GenG.
Did
It's
you hear
hard
Bren's
fought.
caster brain
So
moment from this round? No, let's have a look.
a lot of utility
He's
you can
1,
combo
2,
off
3.
this.
Let's see, it's 1, 2, 3.
Me and Seth are fucking caster brain linked. Holy shit.
That's good. I like that. Where is the thing that we were on? Got the caster brain. You just can't avoid it. You can't avoid it. Nips McNuggets, thank you for the gifted.
Difficult all the way through. You know, they've been fighting tooth and nail. Yeah, eliminates Mock.
So let's skip this round. Shouldn't be too. It was dangerous.
Much of anything there.
Shouldn't have skipped this round. It was dangerous.
Over that Sheriff was 1 of 3 that they
All right, let's have a look at it then. 5v4, hitting the site.
was able to find
Pass
it.
back on top. Flash. Oh, another flash and Dizzy combo for them to try to push front
We
side.
get Meteor.
And they go 2 for 2.
Cleaning him up. Stacks and flashback now. Last 2 alive for DRX. 2v3.
This is still looking okay though for GenG. They've used their major threat, which is the flash Dizzy combo.
Swing out a little bit wider. See if they can get the catch onto anyone here. The wingman is available to potentially cause a distraction.
That's a nice shot.
Fox, but it's not good enough for the kill yet. Flashback swinging. Eventually goes wide enough.
Oh, and a headshot onto Munchkin.
This is now all on Karen. They line
Wow.
up, but he cannot
Flashback
get
doing
it.
a great job there.
And he
I don't think that GenG really did anything wrong there, to be honest. They're pushing to site, just got hit by a flash Dizzy combo that they weren't completely ready for. It's a really nice combo from Buzz and Stacks as well. The way that Stax uses the orb to be able to get through onto site was lovely too. There's a Viper orb at front default here, which is like, it's designed to put pressure on the planter, but then Buzz got inside of it into the flash and was able to put pressure at the front as somebody swung behind. I think that's just a lovely idea on the eco from DRX. And then Flashback hit some good shots. Don't think that was really GenG throwing that one away. But now they're on an eco, presumably they don't win this one.
And the time already on this map.
Here, on this
Backing
B
off,
side.
going towards A.
Low time remaining. Spraying through, flashback, and we'll find one.
Well,
Taking him down.
well.
Heron gets a piece as well. Orbital strike to try and delay, and it has. The plan did not come through. The round could not be there. TRX will
Oh,
move
little
as well.
whiffy from Buzz.
My God, what another insane effort from GenG.
The round looked like the round looked like it had a lot of danger in it up until Mako decided to use his ult just to buy the time. But yeah,
Stax getting more
pretty close actually.
Got the showstopper, you've got the orbital strike, and you've got to get this round. Try for a plant. But now you've got guns, you've got huge ultimates, got the showstopper.
They're brim smoking the telly at the very beginning of the round in case somebody tries to go through it. I don't think DRX have done that play at any point. And even if they did, wouldn't a pop flash out of here kind of go crazy? Does this smoke even do anything? I guess what it does is if you meet contact with somebody in hookah, it stops them teleporting through and creating a crossfire. But if they teleported through and they saw the smoke, I feel like they'd be very happy to flash through. If it was the Yoru. But that's interesting. I don't think we've really seen the play that's justified that happening, but GenG are clearly scared of something.
Just the thrifty win rate from GenG and how significant it has been.
We've got the some of my favorite trips on display here. Let's see if it catches texture. Yep, he's caught. Nobody was able to play off it. They're trying to get the spam kill through the fucking walls.
It's released from his prison. Showstopper can find value.
Yeah, Texture knows where Flashback is because he can see the holes in the wall. He can literally see the bullet holes where he's been trying to wallbang. That's a lovely entry from Buzz, but then he swings before the rest of his team is ready.
Holding from guard, good for one. Stacks a little bit snappy. Takes down Meteor over at elbow. It's just he and Foxy 9 now left alive, but as I say that, the kills will come in.
Damn.
To DRX.
Gonna rethink that round.
I mean, the side hits look good for GenG, but DRX are playing full off site. They weren't in a previous round, though. But yeah, GenG's scaling is really confident, and it's ended up being fairly overwhelming for DRX. On GenG's eco rounds, they're almost always trying to use this Viper wall, which I think is quite readable if they continue doing that in Madrid. 5v5, DRX have ults, but lose people really early on. 3v3 turns into a 2v3, and it's pretty much over. Wait, Stax used his ult there? He used his ult in the 5v5 eco retake. That's probably not a good idea. That actually might be a map-losing play there from Stax. Lakia is also trying to take space over here on his own a ton. This is another thing that could be very punishable. If a team wants to do some kind of aggressive B-long push, you push this with 3 players and see if you can get aggressive onto people in Fountain. Against GenG, Lakia has been solo here. I would say in this map more often than he's not. He's had teammates with him sometimes. But
take it and like it S show Overwatch.
Thank you, Squiggles. Thank you for the 31 months. And yeah, this pressure in showers and pressure down short means that Lakia is very often being left alone here, just to try to dog basically on his own.
Wait and see.
So GenG are often not really watching sand, so you could try to do some kind of like contact push down sand to punish Lakia, or you could try to just triple push Fountain at the very beginning of the round.
Given GenG have been, widely running down the clocks here.
Yeah.
I think holding that dimensional drift for later information probably more valuable, but Flashback is in a pretty.
I don't mind using ults on eco as long as you have some advantage prior to that.
Crossfire. Try to save him.
Or you think that the
Readjust the aim and
or you think that the ult can give you an advantage. When they're playing retake A, they're already at a disadvantage because they have to try to get back into the site, and their weapons are disadvantaged. So the Gecko ult is not going to give them win conditions. It's just going to give them an opportunity to equalize one of the disadvantages they're already at.
Play there from DRX. They had a couple angles holding outside the showers. Buzz trying to get in there. Just a little bit too late. They lost Flashback. Just
clear it up as Foxy now tries to retake that former with the side. Flashback is in a pretty rough spot.
Yeah, Flashback just died to Texture trying to clear the close corner, right?
just a little bit too late.
So now they
Lost
regroup,
Flashback just
and they're going down short.
earlier. They would have liked. Foxy 9. Oh, what a shot.
It's a nice shot. Manages to get away from the Brim ult. Tries to turn the flash. Buzz isn't quite able to talk, but it's a 2v2. Karen alone, flashed up. No way. No fucking way. Karen's blinded from the dizzy, and DRX still can't finish the kill.
Clean up though. Now the dizzy. Go.
I mean, that's a ridiculous kill onto Mako.
Trying to hold it down, and he does.
Jesus Christ, Karen's good.
Be a timeout coming, indeed.
This was the turning point? Yeah, I mean, Jesus. Think about it, though, as well. If in this situation that they're in here, if they hadn't used their ult, if they hadn't used the Gecko ult meaninglessly on the previous eco, they have Gecko ult here and they win this guaranteed. Guaranteed they win the map if they didn't Gecko ult in the previous eco.
Going in, Karen trying to hold GenG
Here for DR.
Is it GenG?
Oh, they're going to take a timeout?
They're both here. This major changeup from DRX to whether or not it was going to end up holding water for the team.
Huge amounts of spam there. Huge amounts of spam.
Right there alongside him.
And they GenG spamming.
I'm surprised that DRX didn't rotate somebody over. That's like, you know that there's tons of people Fountain. They are trying to react on the other side of the map, though. They were positioned fairly heavily around showers, so they're going to try and push out showers, which means that these guys need to play to live because they need to buy time for the flank coming through. You can fight a rolling retreat here, but you can't. You can't just play for octagon control or something. They also didn't commit to the showers flank, which I think is a mistake from DRX. Textures through, past all of the utility. Nice flash. Karen again picking up two.
You can do it once more. 2 quick kills. 2 more players remaining.
It's not like Karen's had a bad map and just started coming alive either.
Gets lobbed in, and that's going to be a neural theft. It's invested here from the side of Meteor. Flashback holding on to his
This is really tough to get back in for the DRX players. Once Karen gets that double kill. Oh, well. Karen walking into the trip is pretty nice for them.
Foxy worried about the approach there from main. Spots one.
One enemy remaining.
But now
Munchkin just taking the time and going for the peek.
Can he get the
Fatal
pit
in
down?
hand. The time running low. Swings out the
Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
Get a little bit scattered here. Even though they line up.
Net for
Aaron.
yes.
Same clutch potential from him. As
A lot of spam there onto Flashback trying to attempt that.
He's going to be lucky to only take the amount of damage that he received there.
Lakia pushed up
Take out Lockheed
really
well.
far here.
Wild, getting some damage across. Dizzy not going to be finding too much of anything there.
Not getting punished at all. Actually doing tons of damage to Mako. I mean, there were so many DRX players on the other side of that. If they had just counter spammed, I think Lakia is dead.
Win for Lakia there.
I'm really surprised they didn't counter spam and they just decided to
Too serious.
throw Dizzy at him and see if they could get the kill.
Trying this to be a major pick to find here if you can break things open for the team. Open up Hookah. But Munchkin is just watching it like a hawk. Sees the gun barrel. Takes a shot. It's the first one, but the
Munchkin doing his dual play. Karen spams in. Everyone on DRX is so weak.
Munchkin out for blood, shifting position, gets himself right up in front of the entryway as another smoke comes down.
GenG are so ready to fight.
Just keeping things obfuscated, just keeping things damn near.
They're making it difficult for DRX to even get into position to run these rounds.
Right on the entry.
Look, they're just spamming into the smokes, doing so much damage.
Attacks, and then Meteor with the great one-way setup right on top of that shower door. Has a phenomenal angle. Doesn't even give the wingman a chance. Doesn't give anyone a chance. That's the Meteor we've come.
Wow, Texture doing 140 to Mako as well. Dude, the GenG players are just... every read is perfect onto where somebody's going to be positioned.
See if anything budges over here at long.
There's no healing anymore with DRX's.
It's not that much to do with the team play, apart from the team play is pretty impressive when they're on the attack side hitting the sites. There, the like spacing and the trading for each other is, or not even the trading, the spacing and the scaling is really good. But to be honest, they're getting advantage situations so often just by getting a read on what DRX are doing and putting out some like good pre-fires, good spam through smokes, that kind of stuff.
A lot of pressure.
Munchkin's taking aggressive duels that I don't think are very smart, but he's getting good value out of them. And they completely destroy this re-clear. They're trying to re-clear that because that's where Munchkin just got the pick. And GenG read it, push into it, get the kill, win the map. Wow. I mean, what's the big takeaway from that? I'm not exactly sure what the big takeaway is. I think Munchkin's play is probably going to get punished more at Madrid. I think he's taking too many dry fights, and his fragging hasn't been high enough over the course of the entire tournament to be able to get away with that against most of these teams. Lakia still doesn't look like he's doing a huge amount in these rounds. Definitely still looks like one of the weakest players. But Texture is a fucking boss. And Karen's really strong as well. Meteor's finding some very nice timings to be able to, like, push through, help his team. He seems like he's finding a nice balance between being overly aggressive as he was when he was playing Duelist and, you know... So he's not feeding, but he's also not just playing super passively in these rounds. He's finding a really nice balance between the two. So this trio, and also Munchkin, obviously, when Munchkin's playing well, he's going to end up getting them a lot of really important picks because he's just going for picks all the time. But let's say Munchkin is unreliable. Let's assume that you're not always able to rely on Munchkin. You are still able to completely rely on Texture, Karen, and then Meteor is being very high impact. Like, look at his positioning in all of these attack rounds. I suppose this one's a bit silly because it was like a 5v1 at the end on the site. But in a lot of the attack rounds on B, he was scaling up really deep with them as well. He's not really watching the flank. I think that's something that DRX could have done a little more of. It's just trying to pressure that. Some sand pushes, some collapses onto Lakia's position here. Some attempts to fast push out showers when they realized that there was 5 players over towards long. Like that kind of thing. But all in all, good recovery of that map from GenG. Yeah, big recovery. All right, let's move on to the next map. Where's the next map? Lotus. Seen so much of the Pacific teams playing Lotus.
Now in a position where they could get a 2-0.
And just incredible what we're seeing from both rookies. Karan really stepping up at the end. A lot of exciting stuff from both of these teams in terms of their potential.
GenG start with the seawall.
GenG
used to see quite a lot of that. Don't really anymore.
Really starting to pick up as they have played so many maps. It just seems like they're getting more and more confident.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Immediate contact. Prowler coming out. They swing in. Flashback able to come away with one, but they're not out of danger yet. Kate Shelton trying to peel back that pressure, and it works a treat.
All right. Good couple kills. Good nade as well from Buzz to stop the rest of GenG flooding into that.
Here, front of Mount.
Munchkin's trying to make something happen elsewhere.
Give him a bit of respect.
Munchkin is acting as a big distraction for the rest of the team in some of these rounds as well.
For DRX, they don't lose a player.
I think if you're able to punish Munchkin,
board, but still,
it should be easier to deal with the rest of GenG. And I really don't think it's that difficult to punish Munchkin. He's really aggro alone.
Really trying to keep him interested. And that leaves Buzz for the moment by himself with 10 HP here on the B site.
Look, he's just, again, Munchkin alone trying to
Utility covers that front door,
draw
so
attention.
a little bit tricky.
Just all on his own.
Spotted. And it's going to be Mako taking the fight, winning it. As the lock goes into the back.
That did open space for Karen and Lakia.
Able to find one apiece. These two members
But to be honest,
HP bars is
it didn't so much open space as just
Dax about to make contact here for
Karen and Lakia won their 2v2 on site.
the fight. Shot goes through, bit of caterpillar smoking here from Karen.
Caterpillar smoking.
Manages to slink his way down in towards stairs. Unpunished, paranoia still in hand. This could be monstrous.
Oh, he's missed the flash.
Let's go though. Fox.
Foxy, don't swing before Mako is ready for you, dude.
Prowler goes checking over towards
Are you
stairs.
trying to throw?
Drop down. Mako finds himself on side and Lakia. He's got it.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, that's a huge round from Lakia.
Top three.
Just after I was talking about him looking like the weakest player on Gen G,
Now
pulls
DRX
out
is gonna try to
pretty
push it
excellent
into
round.
trouble. Got control, but GenG isn't going to bite.
Killing 1 on B, killing 2 on A.
It's just clear enough that you'll the rush buzz forward, have him grab.
Yeah,
the board.
Platchet is today. Yeah.
He's hightailing it over towards C.
Nothing but classic.
Does anyone believe that
DRX.
Heretics can beat Sentinels? Is that one of the opening
As we
games?
kind of expected, leaning into that gun quite a bit this year.
Locking with a Vandal, 2 Guardians. I mean, there's so much firepower here for GenG to work with. As Buzz.
I think it depends how much
Way. Foxy 9, however,
effort both of the teams put in.
takes him low and Mako
I think you have to be very, very aware of how Heretics play to play
Drop.
against them.
Now just stacks on its lonesome.
And if Heretics have cooked up new ideas that,
That outlaw.
like new set plays at the beginning of rounds and stuff that Sen are not ready for, then yeah, I could see them creating a lot of pressure on Sentinels.
Doesn't want to send out the Haunt, doesn't want to reveal it. Jump up, swing out of the corner. Meteor, having grabbed the Vandal, will be able to put it to use.
I think
To do. Right, this
in
damage.
some sense, all of the prep stuff is in favor of Heretics, because if they look at the rounds that Sen are playing, you can try to anti-strat the rough way in which they set up their rounds. There's a lot of stuff that you can still anti, even though they don't do set plays, because their protocols are very they try to stick to their protocols a lot of the time, Sen. And that's one of the reasons why they're doing really well. You're obviously not going to be able to anti the like crazy shit that sometimes Zekken and Tens are pulling out. And you're not going to be able to anti like Sassy winning a 1v3 clutch or anything like that. But for example, the like way that Sen approach their split retakes and stuff, you can definitely have a good read on what they're doing there and how to disrupt it. And how they play on bind, and you know, their general way that they set up on Icebox defense, now that you've seen it once, although with Icebox you haven't seen as much footage. But I think the ability to counter strat is pretty heavily there for Sen, and I'm not sure that it is the other way around. Like if you're trying to hard anti Heretics, you can, but I think Heretics they're surely going to add even more to their game by the time it gets to Madrid. They've just been so fast to come up with new stuff already. Why would they not have new stuff for Madrid?
Now, just Guardian, Vandal, and a Bulldog left. Couple sheriffs though.
I guess they haven't been crazy fast to come up with new stuff, actually. Because Heretics have been cooking since October. Yeah, so maybe I've just got to... Maybe I'm giving Heretics too much credit for how quickly they can change up their setups.
You know that GenG, no slouches when it comes to those. They have turned a lot of rounds around, probably saved that bind for them. Oh boy.
Oh, yeah, the jump forward, but tucked into the corner there. Was Charon.
Ooh, very nice shutdown.
Down A.
Gunning him down. Quick little jump peek. Getting the spot now.
I like those little set plays. The reclear of rubble
That isn't just the sheriff.
is really nice.
What? Around. I mean, just look at the corpses.
I don't think Sentinel's bind is bad. I think Loud have specifically figured out how to play against that comp. We'll see if everyone's figured out how to play against that comp, but I think Loud had a very good idea of what they wanted to do against it.
Haunt. Gonna reveal anything.
Yeah, I'm back in EU.
A little bit of a push out again towards Rubble here with Mako.
Their coach said they haven't shown much of their strat book.
Buzz, but now
Yeah, well, in that case,
take
that's worrying for Sentinels.
camera right on the outside of that door.
APAC Lotus is just a rubble fight and it decides the round. Well, this one isn't.
Clear this before they make their entry. Looks like texture.
DRX are posted.
Okay. Flashback just
Trip gets broken. Cam is good for noticing that there's 3 there. You know that they're doing a 3-1-1. Stax is going to try and
Sticking around to clear that turret.
take the peak to clear the
A
turret.
lot of additional damage there.
I don't think that's too bad of an idea. You know that there was 3 players over towards C, but there is a decent chance that there's still 1 person watching the turret there. And there was. Karen did quite a bit of damage. Okay, now you know that the Prowler is over here. It makes it feel like GenG are retaking control over towards A. So this has forced these 2 players back. They throw the Haunt. They still know that there's some players over towards C. So at this point in the round, DRX think it could be A or it could be C. Right? It could be either direction. They've kind of lost information. They know that there's players in both of these positions, but they don't know where the commitment's going to happen.
Smoke now in front of B, trying to dissuade that.
So they can't stack either of the sites.
Bit of a walkabout. Looks like maybe some shots
So that's
between he and
good attack side IGLing. Now they realize it's a C hit.
ball going in, texture up and over the top.
Good spam from the rest of the players over towards C main.
Swinging meteor with that outlaw in hand, still comes away with the kill and Stacks.
No possibility on the trade.
Texture right up in front of him here. 1 HP. The swing in doesn't matter. He's gonna be faster. On the
A
ball.
little bit worrying for Buzz there, but yeah, the rest of the team gets it done.
Texture right up in
What
front
happens with
of him here.
Mako?
1
He
HP,
flashes
swing
backside, tries to walk through the smoke,
on the pull.
and just gets kind of owned by players that are on top of these, like these angles, these boxes can see over the top of sight. So solid post plant spots to try to stop the retakers from coming through. Good attack side calling to create pressure in mound and pressure towards rubble there from GenG. And a nice exec too, where Texture dashes in close and you spam this angle so that he's protected from the swing.
Swings in, met with death.
Texture certainly could die there.
Not allowing for DRX to pick up 2 consecutive.
And then I think we'd see GenG
Right
try
back
to
into the driver's seat.
trade
3
through
to
the
1.
smoke. Or like by swinging through the smoke. But yeah, good attack side there from good attack side calling from GenG.
DRX not really in a position for any kind of punish at the moment.
So now DRX reacting on,
Rifle here in the hands of Flashback is Meteor.
or rather
Watch.
GenG are reacting after the push out of the map.
There it is.
Meteor gets 1. Does he continue looking behind? He will when the alarm bot takes contact.
But now looking for the re-peek, trying to see if anyone comes
Could be
in.
somebody already crossed.
One set fired, 1 shot set.
Or
Buzz swings.
nice attempt at the swing from Buzz.
Close, he cannot do it. Right clicks
Good
up,
call for
right
help
Lucky as
from
well.
Meteor here as well.
So grabs the
Lucky
gun.
comes back to try and assist him.
Damage he can deal here. That's so much attention now from the side.
Yeah, this is just really well handled by
We
GenG.
knew
Really well handled.
the hands here of Buzz, but still such a monstrous investment.
So now you've got an op to deal with.
Waited over here.
One way on C. Caution here for GenG. Their haunt gets broken.
That one way because the showstopper is also in hand, flying around that corner.
Very true.
So how are they going to break this? Omen TP's over to the other side. That's going to make Buzz a little more cautious.
Prowler gonna be cleared. Paranoia goes out.
Ooh, he actually legs, and they get the finish off.
Able to find 2 before getting dropped. Spot on
Oh,
one.
and Meteor
Meantime,
just
pushing forward here towards B.
finds the pick on Stax.
Paranoia goes out, leg,
So
shot
Stax
made,
is
texture. Mako able to find
on a
2 before getting
very
dropped.
aggro angle towards B there, and Meteor finds the kill. That's the round is going really nicely for DRX up until that kill happens, and then it's a 3v3, and DRX
Swing out. Foxy
have to spread across the map a
does
little.
manage to back away.
Does the cam see anything?
Trying to creep his way up.
Oh,
He's been spotted.
a
Takes
lot
the
of damage onto
there.
Munchkin.
Still continue to push their way forward. Is the lockdown going to be invested here?
What do you want to do
Side.
here? Just play full retake. We'll skip things forward 10 seconds.
Stack on these nanoswarms, been spotted. It's Buzz. I mean, the showstopper might have to be the trade out here to try to get them into this round.
Here comes the
Going for
ult.
it, sees him, sends it.
Nicely
They're gonna be
done.
taken out. 2 more players to go through, though. Drop down, Karen pulling back, gets himself around the corner.
Munchkin's really weak.
Pushing over towards tree. It's a falling as Karen.
God, Karen is so fucking good in these spots, man. He's so good.
Munchkin is just screaming, trying to get into the heads of DRX.
Speaking of head, we should say that there's a headset warning for all viewers of the
Yeah,
remainder of this
that was a
broadcast.
little bit loud.
I was coming up with my top 20 list,
Can you blame him?
and I was struggling to know whether to put Karen or Tens higher up on the list.
they're winning so many of their 1v1s as well. I mean, Meteor winning his battle against, I believe,
From what I've watched, Karen does not lose rounds for GenG, whereas Tens sometimes does. But Tens' fragging output was a little higher than Karen's, even though Karen is incredible for them in these rounds. Tens was just doing so much for them in the rounds where he was having impact. I'm not sure. I don't know the correct answer for that.
Given the deaths of his comrades, Mako take that Vandal, recovered, and swing back.
They play differently? Yeah, they definitely play differently. Tens is much more down to take the aggressive angle, make the move, make the play. But I mean, at the end of the day, they're both Smokes players. The different styles of Smokes players are still not that far apart. I mean, the most aggressive you can get as a Smokes player without just throwing is still, you know, it's not crazy. It's like, you know, Angel aggressive is about as aggro as you can possibly be on a top team. And nobody does. Nobody at Madrid is playing quite like Angel. Tens only plays Omen though. Isn't he more of a flex? Who? Wait, who are you talking about? Tens or Karen? Tens plays Yoru on Bind and he plays KO on Icebox. But on the other 5 maps, he's playing Omen. I think. So, yeah, and also his Omen was way better than his KO and his Yoru. Normally his Yoru's really good as well, but his Omen was just way better. Broadly speaking, he should just be considered a Smokes player, I think. Berlin? Oh yeah, true actually. Berlin's a maniac.
Very good way to do it.
Berlin really is a maniac.
Matrixing most of those movements, not really getting caught. Swings out.
But then, yeah, I wouldn't really consider Berlin to be a top-level Smokes player.
Around the wall to safety as Mako will be able to find Charon. Just the perseverance here from DRX.
In an interview, he also got put on Astra duty, but we've never seen that. Yeah, I don't know what map that would have been on, to be honest. I mean, maybe he was going to be playing Astra on Lotus or Split or something at some point, and then just decided not to.
Forward, swinging the corner.
Texture is so good, man.
Stacks and Mako both taken down now. The A site open for business. Was going to try to swing in off stairs, but the poison
He's so good.
Still there. Now the pit going to be infested right here on the edge. He needs the no scope.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. What does Tens play on Breeze?
Dodging the shot. Texture's heroics.
I can't even remember. What was that Breeze comp? KO? Yeah. So there's right, yeah. So there are 3 maps in the pool where he doesn't play Smokes actually.
Potentially here.
So yeah, that is a bit more like a flex. But like I said, his Smoke's just way better than anything else, I think. His Yoru is really good too, but his Smokes is far better than his Initiator play, in my opinion. Because he's genuinely getting up to the top levels of Smokes play. Whereas if he just perma-played KO, I don't think he would ever be there.
GenG not allowing for that timeout to take hold, to have effect. Having a whale of a time up there.
Yeah, I would be too.
Thank you, Dulepa.
What a round, too. It's widely, you know, it's been a lot quieter for Texture. He hasn't really had to be that tip of the spear so far in the map. Buzz swings out wide on Rubble, does catch Munchkin off guard.
Munchkin trying to use his util to get behind the Rubble, but never allowed to get there. Caught off guard there, Lakia. The utility, Buzz again though, finds another with the op.
Walking forward in towards B, finding one Texture going for the entry. Comes in up over the top, vulnerable out on everybody. Just a little bit of damage taken. They get themselves onto the site, the plant now starts coming through.
Are they going to be able to recover this? Wow, what a timing there. Past the op shot.
Such a hard angle to clear. Mako swinging forward, trying to get it done. The shot
Texture
goes wide.
is
Texture
so fucking
finds another
good.
2K.
It's
Back into the keep down. Now
ridiculous.
it's all on Stacks, the 1v2. The approach, swings
enemy
in,
remaining.
finds Lakia, but 20 HP. He would have to one-shot Texture here.
Oh, that's a lot of
One
damage.
has to be cleared. Swing back in and
Wow, lovely. Well done by Stacks.
About it. And Stacks is wrapping all the way around.
Should
the
never have been
map.
close.
But still,
After
that might
GenG
be
lost 2
there.
players at the very
Texture
start of the
can
round.
Pick up those big kills and almost take another round away from DRX.
This hot lineup again, sent out a beat.
Stacks has basically been doing the same haunt lineup every round. GenG's still not really breaking it.
DRX being able to run away with the rounds. Now,
But whenever he does that haunt lineup, you know that he can't be doing a Season 8. So,
to be sent in.
I mean, what's the follow-up look like there? Just Buzz pushing forwards with the showstopper that you worried about, basically?
DRX pushing their way all the way out of C. So, you can funnel this information over and let them know, okay, it's
Meteor
time to
doesn't
that
have
beat
utility
in
behind him
5-9.
watching the flank.
Managing to find an opening kill.
Munchkin dies, but I don't think that was Munchkin, like, doing
GenG to watch for
the
those
silly
other
thing where he takes a fight. I think that was just spam through a
Just
smoke.
Finally put down the alarm bot.
Alright, so now Meteor puts down Alarm Bot.
Cover from behind. Mako about to
Alarm
recover.
Bot
It does so
takes
clear.
contact. They decide to basically just react into A.
Eyes focused forward as
Oh, don't like this. He's so likely to get punished. Karen actually follows him reactively in order to support him.
immediately getting the follow-up.
They know roughly where Karen is.
At the ready.
Buzz still dies.
Don't buzz. The up with no value.
He didn't know that Karen was tucked in the corner. Karen could have been in a bunch of spots around stairs, but he's just
Spike planted.
a bit lost in that situation.
A dire position. TRX.
He's worried about people facing him from stairs and on site. He
It's
didn't
just
really
amazing
commit
the
in
way
any
that
direction.
GenG can find the timings and such stopper.
So yeah, GenG are just being able to take rubble control at the start of these rounds and commit A if they want to. And if they don't want to, they're also capable of playing these slower pace rounds where they are happy to move in either direction.
Buzz again. Creeping forward. On cleared. Continues to inch. And he spots one.
That's pretty big.
Take it down. Mako covering.
Whoa, that's a lot of damage over there. In the meantime, Munchkin kills 2. How has Munchkin killed 2?
Creeping forward. On cleared.
Take a look at the minimap. Those are the B fighters. Bish, Bash, Munchkin just somehow 1v2'd Stacks and Foxy9. I'll have to look at that in the replay, because Munchkin's just saved the round for them.
Start to a round where we find ourselves here in a 2v2. Flashback.
He was trading Meteor, but still, you don't expect him to get both.
Position, though. Do they think about it?
Last player
They
standing.
do.
Good punish from Lakia.
They absolutely do. As the dart comes in, Lakia
Now-
He's got the knife in hand. Redraws the rifle.
Okay, 1v1.
His way up. To speak of, blast pack's gone. The paint shell's gone. Tap onto the spike. Expecting him from coming out wide. On the
Nice. Actually, the best map I've seen so far from Lakia. I want to watch the replay, though, and see what this looked like from Munchkin's POV.
Almost brilliant from GenG. In full control over this map, almost since the get-go. Munchkin is so
Just
good.
another situation where Foxy9 has a bit of a whiff.
1v1s. Now, yes, some of the weaponry much weaker.
Clean shooting from Munchkin, but another situation where Munchkin's getting the better end of Foxy9. Foxy9, 4 and 10 here. All of these maps have just been so rough from him.
I don't know, man.
Lakia on his feet.
Buzz with the glass cannon operator buy, even though the op has really not been finding basically any value apart from the last round.
And force them to miss their first international since the first international.
Yep.
They've been in every single tournament, aside from the one that Lakia went to on new turn. Buzz taken down. Quick reply, though.
Good trade. I think that's fine for the defenders.
And just
Because they're not as worried now about the A pressure coming through.
it is for Lakia. What a journey.
Okay, they just caught somebody on cam, and they're not trying to rotate Foxy9 over towards C. I think Foxy9 should be booking it towards C there, after the cam takes contact like that, and you've just killed Munchkin.
You could find
I do like the push-up from Mako. I think that's smart. But now they're going to end up going back to Mako.
Make this round a lot easier.
This is going to be quite a bit of pressure on him.
Get that third round win.
Ooh.
Charon goes
He's looking...
Mako hearing the cancel. There's a jump up.
You teleport out now, right?
Knows that there has to be
He gets
more.
2 and teleports out. Wow.
Down A.
Snapping the box. Smoke now going to be thrown into the paint shells. Get lobbed in his direction. The blast back forward from Texture, able to find the kill.
Nice try from Mako.
3v2, DRX holding on to the advantage for now as the Nightfall crashes across.
Created a player advantage for his team. Karen just tapped, didn't commit. Haunt as well, Cypher ult. I mean, they should be able to mop this up. Surely. Nice. All right, so a 9-3 half. GenG doing some stuff very nicely there. I mean, the attack side calling from Munchkin's actually pretty damn good. But also, DRX never really winning the rubble fight, never trying to like aggro reclear them on C. So GenG basically just had their run of the map. Also, the pushes out through B main always lost players for DRX.
Yeah, this just looks like a potential quick B hit. Slow walking in.
Yeah, I think this is a very competent Lotus, but I don't think it looks like a world-beating Lotus.
Position towards water.
It could be like it certainly. We'd have to see it go up against one of the other teams who's been excellent here. Heretics, Carmen Core have both been fantastic on Lotus. Yo, Texture is fucking going for it. Yeah, I think the EMEA teams have been better. Remind me, Sentinels played against Lotus. Sentinels played against Loud on Lotus. What the fuck happened there? I can't remember it. Why can't I remember it? Loud Sen played on Lotus in the finals. Final map. Oh, Sen crushed them, yeah. But it was Loud playing the goofy-ass comp that can't defend. So Sen have now had 2 really solid wins on Lotus without actually having to do too much. Because this comp, I think this comp can be good on attack side Lotus, but my God, it couldn't do anything about defending. Yeah, hard to tell. Hard to tell. The Americas teams just don't. There aren't many people that are actually competent on that map, I don't think.
You know, the W.
I think it's quite difficult to tell how good Sen's Lotus is. It could be really good, but it's hard to tell when they don't get tested that much. Because I don't think 100 Thieves or Loud look like a top-level team there. The first time we see Sen play it at Madrid, though, we'll have much better understanding of how good it genuinely is at the top level.
I mean, it's got to be lurking in the back of their mind every single time they do knock the economy down from GenG.
I want to see KC versus Sen on Split. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that would be a really fun one.
Texture trying to pull the corner, and I mean, that's part of the reason why. Shots fly through. Mako down low on HP. Poison orb, paint shell as well. Lob forward, Munchkin rushes. He's off the back of his vulnerability to get the kill on a Buzz. Reveal, however, now coming down as they flooding around the backside of the site.
Okay, it's over.
The finisher is DRX.
U2.
Oops. Let's take a look at this. So, rubble fight. They blind, they haunt. There's the haunt that the teams were throwing the, what do you call it for?
There's a rush for
the smoke.
Mark did come through from the haunt. Swift back away from Foxy9 as everybody else is getting corralled up outside of C. Turret, singular nano swarm with Munchkin waiting in the wings. He's got the 2 snake bites, and that could very much come with the works on this entry. All the util goes flooding through now. Munchkin able to find one. Buzz taken out. Catches Mako. TPing up on top of the box. Flashback in the meantime. Able to find one. Just drifting back. Keeping himself there in B main. But Meteor inching forward. Able to find Foxy9. Stacks.
This lurk in B, is it gonna find anything?
Try to intercept, but Charon looks like he fully expects that he is still
Really good awareness from Karen. That's because Flashback got a kill earlier on, right? Yeah, Flashback's got a kill, and then he's made noise over there as well. So that does make sense that Karen is watching for that. Oh wait, sorry. How did Karen die in here? Oh, Stacks just gets a little kill there. That angle's such a weird one. I never feel comfortable fighting that. There's so many angles that the pros fight on around Lotus C that I feel like are crazy uncomfortable angles to fight. But the pros are just so fucking good that they make them look incredible. Like that fight that Texture takes there's also an angle from ramp on like Duelist that blast pack in or dash in. And it looks impossible to hit shots. But the pros are managing it. Hardcore punish on Texture and Karen there. I mean, that's the haunt finding giga value against the defensive rubble push.
Footsteps likely, maybe not hurt actually. No movement from him. The rest of DRX though making their way forward here.
Hello, Redblade. I'm doing all right, thank you. I want to see T1 versus Fnatic on Lotus. Yeah, that would be fun. I mean, I would have loved to see T1 play against some of the other Pacific teams on Lotus as well, but they were just scared to play against PaperX on Lotus for some reason. They needed to have more confidence in themselves. What do you think about FPX? They got some very creative, unusual ideas that if other teams aren't ready for them, they could cause an upset. But generally speaking, I think they're the weakest team at the tournament. But I don't think it's impossible that they take maps or maybe even take a match from a team if their players are on fire, because they do have some good player quality, and if their ideas aren't properly understood by the teams they're going up against. T1 not picking Lotus, I blame Termy. Don't think you can blame Termy for everything. Yeah, I agree. It's a very tough international event to predict.
Picked up there by Buzz. Now just one away from his own showstopper.
GenG going for a re-clear over towards Rubble there based on the C pressure. And they're going to ult. They do a lot of damage onto Foxy9. It's a nice flick towards the end with the rocket, actually, from Texture. Are they going to fight really heavily over this? Texture's just piling utility in there to try to hold them back. You know, they're using a lot of util here to make it difficult for DRX. When the sides were flipped, it was mostly only Mako pushed up, who doesn't really have any utility to stop them. Look, DRX has been pushed away. DRX are trying to re-clear these guys out of Rubble, and they've lost. They've lost. These guys threw a bunch of utility, and DRX were just like, fuck it, let's go a different direction. They've given up on retaking A in the mid-round.
One of those closed space sites get value, but
and now they only have 30 seconds, and they're scrambling, and they don't know really where to go, and they're smoking B as a fake, I think, to try to go A. They do catch Texture. Oh, they catch Lakia as well. Well, this is a scramble from DRX. It's not really good attack side calling, but with 30 seconds left, they do eventually bamboozle GenG a little bit, and then get a couple of opening kills. They're still going to lose the round, though, aren't they? Yeah, they're still going to lose the round. Yeah, not a good round from DRX, but they did get into a winning position and then also let it slip again. Post-plan positioning just ended up getting pulled apart because the players were not ready to play off each other at all. One playing solo under drop, one playing solo tree, one playing solo stairs. Just too prone to slowly falling to pieces. I only have mustard for my hot dog. That's all you... Well, throw some caramelized onion on the top of that, and that's all you need. Get some mustard, get some caramelized onion on there, maybe some peppers. You good. You don't need ketchup on that. Ketchup's shite. Is it hot to say I don't think DRX will qual for an international this year? Yeah, I think that is a hot take, because that means that you have them as not a top 4 team in Pacific by the end of the year. I think DRX would have to be performing even worse to not be a top 4 team at the end of the year.
Huge 2K, 3K rounds constantly throughout this kickoff.
Hot sauce on hot dogs? Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Got to be a little bit careful.
I have them below T1 right now. Yeah. So you have PaperX, you have GenG, PaperX, T1, DRX. Yeah, and then who overtakes them?
how things are
Secret
going.
or
It seems
Zeta,
possible.
maybe.
It's the old economy right now for Gen G.
It is possible.
So stacked.
Yep.
It's possible.
I mean, you just have to throw everything in the kitchen sink at it for DRX and hope it works. That's where you're at. You're in a situation where you can't give any extra rounds over to Gen G.
Showstopper and the Nightfall both going across. Texture spotted it. Rocket
I
shot.
love that attempt at an outplay from
Swings back
Texture.
around.
It's not quite coordinated, because ideally here, Texture,
Texture
as soon as the rocket is thrown, Lakia swings. And he actually does. No, to be fair, that is really good from Gen G. The Texture does his like bunny hop shit, and then the idea is that Lakia is going to swing around the side to try to punish. The only reason that this doesn't look mega coordinated is because Lakia has to swing so fucking far. He's tucked in pit and he has to swing around really far just to get around the side of this box. Otherwise, this would look like an awesome set play.
Buzz able to find the kill with his, swings back around.
And, you know, like, if Buzz doesn't tuck into the box there, Lakia getting the kill 100% of the time. And just because Buzz tucks in the box, Lakia ends up having an awkward fight and ends up losing it. But that is a really nice try by Gen G.
Takes down Lakia. 2 HP remaining for him. Karon still noted.
Very cool idea.
Tree ends up falling. 2 ults of the round win.
And unfortunately, the round is over.
Pit going.
So DRX kind of on the bad end of the rock, paper, scissors with the ult cycling. Crisscross with the toxic screens, and Foxy been under pressure a few times in this spot.
4-player stack over towards A to try to make sure that they have rubble. This looks like they're going to push.
Here to try to peel for him. As the swing comes in,
They only see
back away.
the raise, so
Going for the snake
Foxy
bite.
might not be
Side's not
crazy
good.
worried.
Try to play off of. See everybody else just pushing forward here, trying to apply this
And they've
pressure
still
on
managed to
C.
rotate Munchkin back over to C in
Trusting
time.
that Foxy is going to be okay. For the time being, they're not going to
So that means they still have the vulnerable here with the Killjoy util. Love the rotates from Gen G here.
Still active for Gen G. So
DRX are playing slowly enough that they can afford to do this kind of thing.
some of the normal spots, generally people kind of put it out in the middle.
And they're playing retake B by the look of things, although Karen's fairly heavily invested. Maybe Karen would commit to it.
To feel comfortable in this execute, to avoid potentially like those nanos in particular can really cause a lot of pain.
30 seconds left.
Smokes down here on B. Paranoia at the ready. As the door gets tapped, is this going to be the full set here on the pivot?
I do like this push out through A as well. They've created a bit of pressure over towards C, opened this door, smoked this off. It feels like they're hovering between B and C right now. So the A players are taking a timing to push, which they were thinking about doing at the start of the round, paused, and now they're going to get into probably a really good flanking position. They're obviously going to be known because the trips are going to have to be broken. But I think it looks like they're going to be able to apply a lot of pressure in the post plant with the flank.
Paranoia goes across. Karen just getting a bit of damage as that snake bite goes down.
Yeah, they're going to full Nightfall out all of this area.
Trying to lead the charge.
The only player that isn't contributing here is Meteor. Possibly because he's worried that was a B fake that's now going to come towards him on C. But as the plant starts going down, Meteor should be starting to help the rest of his squad as well, like probably by pathing in this direction. Though I suppose he could try and open the door and just commit to the flank with Lakia and Texture.
Charge trying to get this pitch through as the pit is going to be invested. The spike gets planted with not much time to spare.
Lockdown.
Oh, he's going to use the lockdown too.
It's outside the door and Munchkin finds
Munchkin gets one and counter pits as well. Gen G investing really heavily to win this round. This is looking good, man. DRX all funneled into awkward positions. No punish, though, on those awkward positions. Oh, yeah, there is. They kind of baited all the DRX players towards the defuse. But yeah, that looked really good for Gen G. The usage of the ults there, but also the macro of, like, putting 4 players over here at the start of the round, leaving 2, rotating 1 over towards C, rotating 1 over towards B, gives them a 2-1-2 defense at the middle point in the round. And then these 2 players start pushing out. The Nightfall comes through this direction. The lockdown used in this corner. The pit to flood. Everything there looks really nice. For DRX, They can't hold over towards B because of the nightfall, really. They can't hold on site inside their pit because of the lockdown. They're just shoved into like heaven and baby door. Not comfortable positions at all.
It's just incredible.
The decision making, the timing from Caron is just so perfect.
Yeah. Doesn't look like a rookie, does he?
Not at all.
Doesn't look like a guy who's literally never
very
played
good.
outside of rank
Very
until he joined Gen G.
Oh,
Yeah, GenG looking
DRX.
pretty excellent in this
Consecutive rounds to take us into overtime.
in this map. They looked good on bind,
Looking so poised,
but they
so
look pretty
confident
excellent
right
here.
now. Texture will end up falling. Decent spray check. Mako finding the headshot. Takes him down. They look for a little bit more. Very suspicious about Lockett being just on the opposite side of that wall, and they would be correct, but they're not able to find too much damage. Munchkin also getting picked off. Flashback and Meteor clashing here at B. Still coming through, and it seems like DRX not going to be finished yet. Lockett and Caron have something absolutely crazy to say about it.
Yeah, probably going to shift over towards B. That has been fully claimed by Flashback. So over they go. That has been given over to them.
Just about lock check, Mako. Shot.
Just gonna cycle this one back to somewhere nearer the beginning of the round again.
They look for a little bit more. Very suspicious about Lockett being just on the opposite side of that wall, and they would be correct, but
So once the Viper wall goes up, yeah, it's just spam from DRX that manages to pick up Munchkin.
getting picked off.
Just reading what the play was going to be.
Given over to them.
And then the B player dies, Meteor goes down, and the round is basically over.
All round 20.
All business for DRX now.
So now GenG on an eco.
Lucky held for all three.
Oh yeah, I remember this round. Texture with the triple kill to close it out.
Is able to collect.
Fuck, I forgot this happened.
Gone. Out of this round, Bucky held first shot, only getting a little bit of damage there on his stacks, but Meteor with the Sheriff able to find his head.
Uh-oh.
Considering dropping down, but no Texture. Over at tree! Picks up all three to put them 6 feet under!
That's just crazy, isn't it? That is just crazy. All right, so what are we looking at here for GenG? We're looking at a team that, yeah, their Lotus looks really nice. It looks really nice. They've got very solid ideas. Their attack side calling's really sensible. Their defense rotations are good as well. They've got good team play in terms of how they're locking down these areas. They're not having the same level of like individualism from certain people where they get caught out. I think everything seems really good on this map. Everything feels sensible, and well put together. It looks better than their bind. It looks, in fact, really good. It looks like it's missing some of the explosive nature of T1's Lotus, where the chamber pick really adds an extra flavor layer to it. But in terms of just playing a standard Lotus really, really well, where you still find good opportunities to push up in the mid round and grab good info and use the ults really well too. Yeah, it's looking good. It's certainly just a like very standard attack side Lotus pick. They're not doing anything too super crazy, but it looks very solid. I'm gonna be honest, man. When I'm watching GenG and when I'm thinking about comparing them to Loud, I'm kind of tempted to bump them up. Because at the moment, my top 10, sorry, not my top 10, but my top 8. At the moment, my top 8 looks a bit like this. I'm super undecided on some of these things, but roughly my top 8 looks like this. And then, and I think the team that I'm underrating the most is probably PRX because, you know, historically they've been able to do incredible things. So putting them down at 6 seems weird, but I really think that's roughly how good they've been performing during kickoff. Like, I think as a power ranking, like right now power ranking, yeah, I mean, PaperX don't look very good. But I think there's an obvious outlier here, which is like, if you've watched any of the previous tournaments from PaperX over the last year, them being in 6th is... You just know they can do better than that, right? It's just based on how they actually perform at the event. But I think also, I'm thinking about moving GenG up a little bit too. Because the maps that I'm watching from them look really solid. And their individual skill, like, when I'm watching Texture, man, he's so fucking good. He's so good. So... I think Madrid is exceptionally difficult to have any kind of expectations for these teams, but I want to put more respect on GenG, but I don't. But the problem is putting them above other teams. It's like, man, those other teams are incredibly good too. Xander's top 8 is Sen, EDG, Loud, KC, PaperX, GenG, Heretics, FBX. That's kind of... How the hell has he got such a gap between EDG and FBX? I mean, maybe he's just relying on the teams that in the past, having been good, are going to continue to be good. Because Xander's top 8 has got a lot of, like, experienced players towards the top. Apart from PaperX. But the only way you're expecting EDG to finish top 2 is if you're relying on them just having a fucking masterclass performance at Madrid for some reason. That's way better than what they've showcased in China. Can you explain why Heretics above Loud, please? Well, Heretics are a very weird team to rank, in my opinion, because their strat book, crazy deep, right? And they're relying on set plays a lot, which means if you've got a good read of what set plays they're going to use and you have a specific plan to shut them down, I think actually their mid-rounding, their attack macro, they have some weaknesses where they're not as good as the other teams. But if you just get caught out by the set plays that they're running and you're not able to hold on against that, you're going to get owned by them. And that means that it's kind of quite difficult to even place them in a hierarchy because the things that they're succeeding at are so different to other squads. It's like, if you wanted a really basic example, Heretics are like old Vision Strikers, except on crack. You know that Vision Strikers team, the team that DRX became, where they would run the flash and dash plays in various different places and have these big executes onto sites and stuff, and it was like, holy shit, this is crazy. This is going to blow people away. That's what Heretics are like right now. And if you have a really good idea of how you want to shut that down, I think teams are going to be able to deal with it. But if you don't, or if Heretics, and also the other part of this too is, Heretics have been very comfortable anti-stratting teams, whilst also relying on their own gameplay a lot. They don't just rely on the anti-strats, but they've been comfortable adding that into their game. And they have said that their playbook is bigger than they've had to show. They haven't had to play that many games. And they have some time to cook up new stuff before Madrid. So I think Heretics are going to be good for some really big wins against teams that... Like, the more times you play against Heretics, I think the more you should be able to come up with ways to beat them. But if you play against them early in the tournament, or you're unprepared, or they throw new stuff at you, I think Heretics are going to be really fucking dangerous. And they also have really good individual talent too. I think Miniboo is playing like a maniac right now. He's being set up very heavily with his utility, probably more heavily than any other duelist player, but he's delivering. You know, he's following up on every set play, giving you 2 pretty much every time, and sometimes he gets 2 and gets out as well. So, yeah, I think Heretics are a very unusual team. If you've got the read to beat them, you might be able to beat them quite easily. But if you don't have the read to beat them, you're probably going to get smoked. And so where the fuck do you put a team in a ranking that plays like that? I don't know. Where do you put a team like that who, if they anti-well and come up with new ideas, actually might be able to win the whole fucking tournament? Who knows? But if they don't come up with new good plans and teams have a good read of how to shut down their super aggressive set play style, might end up just crumbling. I mean, they also have really inexperienced players that might end up just crumbling at the LAN anyway. Like, Madrid is just fucking impossible. Madrid is impossible. It's impossible to come up with any, because there's just so many variables from all of the teams. Same goes for Loudno. Well, what part of what I'm saying are you referring to? Because obviously they're not inexperienced and going to crumble at the LAN. So do you mean if you have good anti-strats, you can beat them? Because, yeah, I mean, EG showed that if you have really good anti-strats on Ascent, you can absolutely beat them. Loud, I don't think there were... The big difference between Loud and Heretics in terms of the ideas is that Heretics have lots and lots and lots of small ideas. Loud have big ideas that they apply. They're happy to do some like improving within the big idea, but the big idea is the big idea. Whereas Heretics are like, we have a comp, it can set us up for all sorts of different defensive aggression piece, like set plays. Let's come up with 10 different set plays that we can do around the map. And even if our opponents are ready for 5 of them, we've still got another 5 that we can throw out that might win us rounds, just based off being able to apply early pressure or re-clearing in the mid-round, and they get caught by them, and we win the round because of it. So, yeah. They will just get aim-diffed, Lamau. Dude, you can't aim-diff someone if they've pop-flashed your eyeballs out. And you also can't aim-diff... I mean, at the moment, Miniboo doesn't look like he's getting aim-diffed by pretty much anybody. You know, they absolutely smoked Na'Vi, who are some of the best aimers in the game. If you want to talk about individual aim mechanics, Sugetsu, Xiao, they got to be up there with some of the best to ever do it. And Heretics walked over them because their individuals are popping right now, and they've got extremely good set play ideas that pick the more like individual teams completely to pieces. Yeah, I just named Sugetsu and Xiao off the top of my head, chat. I'm not trying to fucking rank all of the Na'Vi players by mechanical level. Yeah, Riens is also going to Madrid, so they don't need to play with a... Yeah, so anyway, this discussion spawned because you were asking me, why do I rate Heretics above Loud? Frankly, the reason is I don't know where to rate Heretics, and I'm not feeling as confident about Loud after seeing them play against Sentinels the second time over. And the game against EG basically gave you a playbook of how to deconstruct Loud on Ascent. You don't need to do all of the things that EG were doing, but you can fit some of them in there, and they're going to be really powerful. And I'm sure Loud are going to adapt, but you are going to struggle to adapt to all of the things that EG threw in there. The bait and switch plays in mid, the Cypher setups, the double Odin, all of those things are... It's very difficult to come up with adaptations to all of them at once. Does QCK play Jet? He does on Icebox. I think that's the only map where he plays it. They've been permabanning Breeze, I think. So I don't think he plays Breeze at all. But maybe they won't permaban it. I feel like they've been permabanning Breeze. I think they did. Yeah, Loud could try to go back to a default comp on Ascent. Yeah, they totally could. I mean, they're a very good team with a lot of history, so they will be able to play the default comps too. But the question is Loud playing their default plan B going to be good enough to beat all of these other squads? Don't know. I think Loud are good enough that you've got to give them at least a decent chance of being able to beat other teams, even with their plan B comp. But don't know. Do you think the EMEA teams might suffer like the Guard did in 2022? Yeah, that's also possible. That is possible. The big reason why I don't think that's as likely, though, is that all of these teams have been playing on stage during kickoff. Whereas the Guard during 2022 were playing online. So they went from playing online, just in their own homes or at the team venue or whatever, to then playing at a Masters event. Whereas even the most inexperienced players, I mean, I guess Rienz hasn't. Rienz is the only player that hasn't had any stage experience at all. But the others for Common Core and Heretics have all played on stage in some pretty big matches at this point against good teams, like against Fnatic, against Na'Vi, against each other in big matches. So they should be okay, but who the fuck knows? People don't always crumble. People don't always turn up. It's tough to know. Woot is underage. Actually, Woot turns 18 midway through Madrid, but they're still playing with Paddy. All right, I don't have a huge amount of time. I've only got like another 2.5 hours, and I do want to try to get through these maps. So let's crack on with the finals.
Champions, they want to come back into stage 1 with higher expectations, with a trophy on their backs. Let's see if they're going to be able to earn it. Start things off nice.
So GenG having a rematch against PaperX. So PaperX are running a pretty unusual comp here.
PaperX having their own interpretation around this Viper composition, and they have used it quite a bit. And it did prove some trouble for
All right, so let's have a look.
Rage, whereas he was kind of getting caught off guard a lot on the entry. It was really the follow-up trades that worked. This time, a little bit more familiarity with
everybody playing with or against Rienz has had to play online. I think they had 24 ping, though. They didn't have 40 ping.
All right, well, something starting things off hot.
I believe we could see their ping at one point, and it was sat at 24.
Being tracked over in towards main. The door's going to be broken down. The turret offering up a bit of damage there. Meteor, the classic, swinging out, doesn't manage to find a buy, but a quick peek from Forsaken gets the one tap. Meteor goes down, and something finds a second kill.
Very fast. I mean, anytime you watch PaperX, you just realize how bloody quickly they play. Immediately trying to pivot to try to punish Karen. And Forsaken grabs the kill. PaperX looking lovely on the pistol in terms of the pace that they're playing at.
Running all the way up mid.
They swing the corner instantly, and he and Lockett call jump
Right from round 3.
They're so fast.
Lockett as well. Gonna be looking to try to
Odin
utilize that.
v
Gonna
Odin.
be able to come out on top as they do get ready to spray at each other over there towards B. See a slight creep up.
Munchkin took so much damage there.
Main. Munchkin eating some damage there. Monyet just gonna be sitting on the boom bot.
Taking a main
No one's got
with the
situated
boom
there.
bot.
Line.
Get some one step closer to that thrash.
I don't know whether Forsaken has spammed the Odin over towards B yet. I don't know whether Lagia knows that that's there.
At the very beginning of the round, disrupt A main control. That keeps them guessing on the A side, and now you can shift your focus.
Meteor completely fucked.
Lockett doing the
Mind
scouting,
Freak.
Meteor doing the killing. Good opening kill to be found here for the side of GenG as they look to get themselves on the board in this bonus round. Lock running down below a minute now.
The Odin plus the drone just applies so much pressure to Vipers trying to take B main. That's one of the things that was super effective against Loud. The EG showed. Wingman entry through market.
Able to find another kill here on the B side. Meteor as well. Nanoswarm kicking down something. Monyet will fall. He manages to find a second.
When you watch PaperX play, they don't rely on trading each other in a standard way. They rely on just running at their opponents from multiple directions so quickly that they can't adjust to it. But it's not the same as other teams where they try to double face or have perfect trade timings or something to avoid being sprayed down. They just try to like overwhelm you. But they're so quick. And when they play their best, they're incredibly coordinated. So we've got... What is going on here? Oh, that's cool. Like that set play from GenG. Few teams have shown that before, but PaperX got caught by it.
And this seems to be something that GenG has kind of read through. PaperX, whenever they get that thrash on any map they use the Gecko, they will use it right off the bat just to get some map control, and then they'll happily rotate to the other side. When you have that updraft, you can really fake them out.
Yeah, that does seem like a... I don't know whether they did that exact play last time they played Ascent. I don't know whether that's a hard anti, because I can't remember enough about it.
Munchkin, but he's quickly
Oh,
traded.
Texture. Dude, Texture. What the fuck, man?
Picking up the 4K.
He's so good.
Tie things up at 2-2.
All he needed was a
Those
bit of
kills
setup
on
in
the
this
players
round to
over
get that
towards
first
Cat
kill,
are
and then he gets
ridiculous.
going. You love to have a duelist like that. I love playing like he's streaming from home.
And there's the energy we were talking about.
Ridiculous. Yeah, Jing's in the military at the moment, or is going to be at some point this year, so he's not playing.
Players quite low on cash.
Yeah, this, I mean, it really has to be considered a bit of a force
Boom,
here
boom,
on this
boom.
5th round. You don't win this one out, you're gonna have to reconsider some of those broken buys in the future.
But yeah, I suppose the point that I was making there was
Very nice
that
time to find
set play that we've seen from a bunch of teams. Somebody gets inside that smoke, you have some kind of haunt or recon reveal, and you get the kills through it. That set play might be a specific anti to the way that something plays when he has his Gecko ult online. I'm not sure whether they played crazy aggro. Oh my god, dude, Texture. He's just so happy playing at this tempo.
He just won't stop. I mean, he just knows that
Texture's looking like the best player in the server.
picking up all these frags, Munchkin just buying time, gives him the call.
I do agree that FPX looks like the weakest out of the 8 teams. But I also think FPX have really unusual ideas that could catch teams off guard. I think they're an upset team. I think they're a classic upset team.
Yeah, this feels confident.
Full times those first couple for that impact, but I mean after yesterday it was just steamroll the whole way through.
I don't think I have a single... I don't have a single Paper X player in my top 10 players for Madrid. That's probably going to be the most contentious part of my top 10. I had somebody at 11. I have something at 11th. But I just couldn't justify putting him higher than anybody else. Something's incredible, and I've got him at 11th place. But he just didn't crack the top 10. What about Forsaken? I think Forsaken's been the 3rd best player for them at the moment. If I was going to rank it, I would put something Devi and then Forsaken.
Yeah, the fact that
Just during kickoff.
Tell each other that, right? It's just saying, I'm having a tough time this map. Someone please carry us through.
Obviously, I'm not doing these based on, like, historically where they've been across their entire career, because otherwise, like, you know, the brand new players that are looking amazing at the moment, we wouldn't have anywhere near a top 10 list. It's not supposed to be top 10, you know, top 10 based on their entire careers. It's top 10, like, right now.
Mind Freak still lurking around outside of B main, just tucked away. The drone won't be able to spot him.
This has to. Oh, they don't spot Meteor. This is huge because the pinch might get slowed down. Find the kill.
But yeah, I think that's going to be really controversial, because the Paper X guys are incredibly good. They really are. There's just way too many good players at the moment.
Finding Texture, getting rid of the tip of the spear right off the rip, suddenly down to Mind Freak and Devi. They were working some miracles yesterday.
And yeah, this is just, it's very all in at the moment from Paper X, and they're just running straight into all of the setups from GenG. It doesn't look great.
Given the history they have and the egos they might have from the prime.
You're having your alpha year moment? Maybe. I said at the beginning of the stream, Cavalry Archer, that I have a player outside of my top 10 who could feasibly be the MVP. Like, if Paper X just turn up and they win it, and they play like they did last year, could something be the MVP? Yeah, of course he could. So could Forsaken, so could Devi, like, yeah. So Madrid is crazy because, again, I have players outside of my top 10 who I could conceivably see being the MVP. That's just an absurd tournament.
Just fine.
I don't think I've ever felt like that before. I mean, sometimes unexpected things have happened, but they weren't foreseeable. Whereas I feel like the weird thing about Madrid is you can see that something unforeseen is going to happen. You just can't see what the unforeseen thing is.
We'll have to hand off the Guardian to somebody that's a bit sturdier on the HP bar.
Yeah, and the anchor here from
Because it could be so many different things.
for all of backup to arrive.
Oh, lovely timing with the flash over the top. Another flash over the top as well. Wait, holy shit. I'm underrating this squad, I think. When I watch these games back, like as a VOD review rather than just on a second monitor, I'm noticing way more nice coordination. Look at the flashes over here from Munchkin. It's these Munchkin flashes. Flash over the top, they swing. Second flash, and the second person swings. So Karen swings Jenny with the first flash that Munchkin throws, and then they flood the second player through with the second flash thrown as well. And it just crushes them.
It's just the one kill onto the enemy Killjoy. Mind Freak, the player getting tagged up.
Yes, to see.
Seconds left.
Karan can
And is this round fairly easy for them? Yes, because Paper Rex run at you and they make the timings of what they're doing really obvious in rounds like this. They're not trying to bait out defensive utility. They're not trying to make it difficult for you to get a read on what's going on. They are just fucking sending it.
Part of the tech pause.
But at the same time, the coordination and the ideas that they've got are really nice and impressive there.
Yes, and I was part of that group that was doubting this team. I mean, sure, a story of redemption sounds great, but that's all on paper. I felt like maybe all of them had enough chances, and now I'm proven wrong, and I couldn't be happier about it.
So very heavy A main take. On the other side of the map,
They can get themselves back into this game
they're
here.
clearing out B main.
Operator, of course, still in the hands of Textures. He is
Drone pushes back Mind Freak.
Ooh, goes for the flick. Can't quite get the connection though. This time,
No
Mind Freak
commitment
getting
from
away
this
from
A main
City.
pressure.
Yeah, but something
The
like
knife
that
doesn't see anything as well. This knife
Damper on paper Rex.
They're gonna look to
sees that A main is empty.
position.
Are they ready for the Odin backup, though? Prowler comes out.
Prowler coming in. and yet
Oh,
Lakia
that's a
not
bad
able to
move
find
from
the kill.
Lakia, I think.
Good amount of damage out, but
Lakia swings
Otherwise, will
in
still be standing. Haunt going up
as
against
Texture
Windward
goes
window.
out.
Cloudburst
She
gonna
gets
be
caught.
slapped down. He does get caught, but Karen's gonna covering fire here. Back ramp, put up the kills. Mind Freak
And I think that was
pushes
generally a bad idea. Wow, that paranoia was actually quite good as well.
Swings out of the smoke, able to find
Good
one.
cover from Devi.
By Devi.
Puts things down into a 2v1.
1v2.
Spike planted.
Null command, 2 flashes available here for the side of Bunchkin.
I think if Texture wants to pick this line super aggro, you can let him and see if he can get out with his
Considering that
updraft and his
top
cloud
might be
burst.
picked up, Munchkin
But
surely goes
I
for
think
the
Lakia just sticks
does
around a bit too
everything
long
you
trying to
have
help his teammate there.
And if it's Munchkin, there's absolutely a possibility.
Handy guy, thank you for the 100 bits.
Rash.
Yeah, that's Rash.
Valorant
0 point.
seems like
Going out
Overwatch
to
plus
interrupt, and it does.
CSGO. Am I
Just in
wrong?
time as well.
Yeah, it's really nothing like Overwatch at all.
Flash.
It is like CSGO,
Peek out.
Spectator bug there.
but it has
Boy, trying to flush him
it
out.
has quite a few differences. Obviously, I'm not going to go through them all now, but it really isn't anything like
Still
Overwatch.
making it costly, but Paper Rex will be able to break the win streak.
Barely so, though. I mean,
It just has so many differences to Overwatch. It's pretty incomparable.
the kill just fast enough, but he's dwindling the numbers down for a potential clutch.
I mean, you legitimately, it's just as valid to say it's Overwatch plus CS as saying like it's League of Legends plus CS. Generally, the only thing that it has from Overwatch is like abilities. That's it. So at that point, you might as well just pick any game that has abilities.
Straight back into it.
Late storm push out mid.
5 ults available here on the side of GenG. One already popped. As the knives are in. Texture rushing up the top, and he moves
Wow.
two. Something
I mean, another set play that we've seen from many teams, but Texture's individual play
still is
ends up making it. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that's not just Texture's individual play, actually. There is another layer to this, and it's Munchkin's flash.
straight back into it.
Because I think usually, I don't think teams normally combo this with the KO flash as well. Maybe they do. But I swear some teams just throw the paranoia up here and then have the Sova ult behind it. I don't think everybody combos it with the KO flash. Anyway, whether or not they do isn't super important, but Paper X got absolutely boomed by that.
In. Texture rushing
Paper X are basically just getting caught by all of these very classic set plays on Ascent.
Lakia hunting for a tag. Doesn't manage to find anything else.
So many teams we've seen
Still
go for
is a
that.
2-for-1 trade up here for GenG.
They don't know about this. Mind Freaks lurk. I mean,
By the way, when we were having our discussion about Team Heretics earlier, these are the kind of things that Heretics are doing, and they're fucking booming Paper X right now when GenG run them, right? GenG did the set play where the Jet gets into the smoke with the recon dart. They didn't break recon, they got killed. They do the paranoia push, dash down cat. They get 2 kills off the back of that with this overall. All right. This is the thing. If you shut down these plays, if you anticipate them happening, then you're much more likely to win rounds against teams that do this. But if you just get caught, you're losing. Like, you're just straight up in a 4v3 at the beginning of the round, or 3v4 from Paper X's perspective, you're losing.
Shoulder to shoulder basically with Munchkin. He was just sat there at top mid.
So,
Slides his way in towards
I think when we're talking about Heretics, it's this, but like all the time.
TP forward to Lakia over on the corner. Dizzy knocks him enough.
And so many of them.
Mind Freak swings in. Lakia somehow survives. Gets the kill, and GenG.
Nah, they're not talking about the dash, they're talking about the flash retro. They just misspelt their comment.
That seemed to bit disjointed even
Because they comboed it with the KO
Long
flash.
those swings out from the smoke. Mindfreak's timing as well. I mean, Mindfreak, I think, waited to get the info, but the next,
They had KO flash and paranoia.
if it works, the real question is
Which I don't think all of the teams do. They do that.
Sheriff's
I probably missed it when some other
might need
teams do
more
it,
aside from
but
something. Otherwise, does have that classic, which was putting in some serious work yesterday. Prowler, check forward, lock, yeah.
eco round for Paper Rex. They just decide to send it.
Yes, find one, but lock, yes, that to the corner. Down two. Now that can be an Odin recovered.
Okay, Meteor doesn't use any utility to try to get in, but Karen kills two. Yeah, these rounds are just so easy for GenG to deal with in terms of they always know what Paper Rex are doing. Paper Rex are holding W and going forwards. There's nothing unusual about what Paper Rex are doing. The only way that Paper Rex win is by catching you off guard or hitting better shots. That's it, right?
yeah, he has all the time in the world though. Still a full minute, so playing for this mind.
Where Forsaken slows it down here, he does have a chance of winning the 1v2. Yeah, most teams do combo it with this overall though.
Eventually will find him a 3K. Proven to the
To back as well.
keeping pace with texture.
It's funny to see that Carmen Core were literally playing a better version of what Paper Rex are doing
Paper Rex takes texture's head off.
on a set.
Yeah, pushing forward, hitting the switch. Market door now going to be shut. Something gets
Huh?
Nano Swarm. ACT, that is always a good sign. Something, however, showed up
Oh, something was very, very weak.
Back to back as well.
keeping pace with texture. Is effectively a brand new player. ACT, that is always a good
He took 3 body shots from Texture.
sign. Something,
He got dropped down to 5 HP,
Rex takes texture's
and then he
head off.
just accidentally walked into the Nano Swarm.
Market door now going to be shut. Something gets taken out by the Nano Swarm.
He just literally
That's the second time today.
walked into the Nano Swarm.
Bit of a brutal kill to be found. Spike trying to jump up.
Unlucker.
Half box. Narrowly avoids getting sprayed.
It's a weird Nano Swarm. It was on like a piece of texture, so it was at like head
Cut
height.
off that alley access.
So maybe he just missed that it was active.
Anywhere near it right now.
This is good
Flash
news.
in, Forsaken turns from it. Managing to find one. Munchkin picking up the kill, but Mon yet lurking. Finding one. Putting some shots there into Karon. Looks like he wants to go for the challenge.
Oh, nice from Karen.
Takes him down, and suddenly it's a 2v2. The spike
With the
uncovered.
recon, there is actually a chance. Oh, maybe not.
Falls.
Not anymore.
Unbreaking amplified in the spray coming in, but those tracer rounds just
See if GenG's ready for it this time.
well, last time it was used, we just didn't see much value coming through. Something getting caught, and then rush play outside of A.
To be honest with you, Paper Rex might be worse than EDG
Eyes set on B.
with how they're playing right now.
Lokia, no Odin. Thrash is going to be coming in. Recon does get destroyed, and the Thrash not going to be able to make the jump. Sees connecting. Mania jumping.
I mean, the thing is though, like these kind of ideas.
Even thinking about going
Look. I mean, the idea is nice. It's just that all of their rounds are fast tempo like this. But the util combo there is quite good to see if they can catch somebody off guard, get a pick on them. I think GenG are reacting to it really well.
Seconds, the jump across comes in, but he's right in front of Meteor.
And when Divide doesn't really have his gun out, and all of the spacing ends up getting stretched a lot because of the strategy to dive Monyet in so deep. Something gets a couple though as well. Were those both of the Flood players? Yeah.
Something cleaning up too. Meteor gonna get taken out. Charon will die. Paper X just picking them off one after the other as the rotations come in. They will be able to get this back to 5.5.
I feel like Lockheed and Meteor did everything they possibly could in the.
Having both timeouts in the back pocket.
Sure.
Trying to slow their.
Yeah, and something GenG will have to keep an eye
Yeah,
on.
Billy did
Of
look
course,
like a
somebody-
completely different team at Champs and at China. But then they just went back to being the same team when they went back to China. Like, not very good. So I think in the business, we call that a fluke.
Options do delay even without something like the Killjoy, just with the fact that you have to go through toxic screen 2-3 times.
They're sent out. Texture pushing down. Spotted in mid so far, and something hanging back avoids that 0 point with the drone over the top. Will be able to spot him. Is he getting ready to come through? And drone should have seen Forsaken as well. Texture gonna come on. Yes, the flashes are in. Texture gonna be something hanging back avoids that 0 point with the drone over the top. Will be able to spot him. Is he getting ready?
God, I wish we could see what was happening on Catwalk here. What's going on? So they underhand flash through the Viper wall, I think? God, it's so difficult to tell what's happening there. yeah, I think what's happened is Karen smokes this. They make it look like it's a play for mid control, and instead they're trying to disguise what direction they're going in. They pop flash through this smoke, and they're trying to crunch the players on tree with a paranoia coming through as well. So I think the idea is you make it feel like it's a mid to B kind of play, and instead you fight the catwalk players super aggro. It's kind of difficult because we don't see what's actually happening on cat there, but I'm pretty sure that's what the call was. Which is a really nice pistol round by GenG.
Hang back, lurk there within tree. Pulls all the way back, actually over to short. So far, I don't believe he's been spotted.
No, they still have the numbers advantage in the site as well, so they're just trying to buy enough time, but Mind Freak.
Great check for Forsaken as well, off screen, getting the shots through the box to be able to take him down. Munchkin now looking to try to hold the side. Dizzy up over the top.
It is so impossible to rank these teams.
No one's in
Blinded up, swing around the back. Munchkin actually able to steady the aim.
The more I'm watching GenG here, the more I'm feeling
he's been spotted, shock dart, a little bit of a botch there.
more confident about them.
Lakia is the wingman now, going out to try to start this defuse. The push forward, something needing to win the fight versus Karen, but he can't quite get it done.
But then,
both of your forces barreling through a
do I have to give up on my loud hope? My loud hopium? Do I have to give up on them?
utilize that toxic screen for a night.
Puts the buy down to 44. Mind
I think so.
If it wasn't for the sheriff and the ghost,
Hello,
you have to imagine
smiley
this one of
face.
those rounds
Hello,
where you just roll the
Dave.
save right
Thank you for
away,
the 13
go
months.
down to the spike, but they're
Sen
not
or GenG.
read on it. Zero. Everybody's gonna be on this.
wasn't paying attention.
I think I like Sen more, but I think it's closer than I had realized.
Still so much firepower available to GenG, but Odin now brought into the fold by Forsaken on the opposite side of the map.
Very winnable for GenG.
Finally able to stray away from the heavy presences. Defiant Money, yeah, trying to swing out. Just that spray comes in, they get whittled away.
That's going to hurt a lot. The paranoia down. You know that you scratched up a lot of members if you were a GenG player. So you know that the A site should be weak overall. Meteor going back to try to just disrupt the default just a bit from Paper X. Make sure they have to spread out once again.
High flash over the top. Catches onto Monyet. He tucks.
Yeah, peeking back out. Smoke comes down.
You know that a lot of GenG right now are in main. But Paper X are not trying to push out and take control of any of the rest of the map. They're just trying to stack A. And that means that GenG are going to be able to spread back out again without really running into any danger.
See if he's
Prowler clears
wise
wine.
to this. Little wary of the catwalk push, but not quite down on the grass.
Oh, the timing jumps away.
Munchkin's going to try to sell a fake. Onto
The
Paper X
A
again.
split here seems like a really good call. But Munchkin, again, I'm concerned about these plays from Munchkin. It feels a little bit like, you know when we were watching Sadak in the finals, where he was constantly on the other side of the rest of his team trying to not make it as obvious where his team was going? So he was like solo dogging and getting caught, that kind of thing. This very much feels like watching Munchkin on Binding at the beginning of Attack Side on Lotus as well, where Munchkin is just trying to pull people on his own. He's just trying to pull people towards him so that he frees up space for the rest of his team to go for the proper hit. And he's basically just acting like a sacrifice, I think.
Just cutting off the backup should be enough here for
Oh,
Munchkin.
except
Here's a rotate and he calls for them to go to B.
Forsaken.
What a brilliant call.
Yeah, I mean, that is a nice mid-round, actually. It's only 10 seconds. Mind Freak could find a nice timing. He doesn't go for it. He's worried about Munchkin, I think. Yeah, so I actually... Oh, my God. I thought... Okay. This was the match where Munchkin went bonkers compared to his normal performance. But yeah, I thought Munchkin was just trying to distract there in mid for the rest of his team. But he was being fairly quiet, so I guess he was just trying to set up a lurk play or something. Figure out the rotates and see if he could call an audible. Yeah, that ended up being really nicely played by Munchkin. I thought it was going to be the same as what we'd seen earlier on in the series, or in the previous series, against DRX. Ended up being a bit quieter, a bit smarter.
Once again, just slowing things down. Spot him now. Is Texture something able to find the head?
All right, so something goes for a risk on the eco round. Gets a pick. Forsaken's
push this.
very noisy over here.
Meteor at 11 HP, severely disadvantaged
So
here.
he's giving all of the info about where he is.
Karen pushing up into bench.
And Meteor should be able to call all of this. The fact that Forsaken pushed out B main, now he's left B main.
Sat outside of Gelato.
Ooh, that was a little bit dodgy.
With the fight right around that ult door.
I mean, Meteor should just be able to come right now. Go B.
Meteor heard the exit from B main. You got the kill in mid as well, so you know that Forsaken was pretty pressured on.
That's terrible from Lakia. It really is. There's just no reason whatsoever to be trying to contest that when you're up 4v2. And like I said, Meteor knows that he has a ton of space over towards B. You know where one of the players is. You can group up 4v1 against the other player on B. Just go B. Don't give them an opportunity.
Just tuck in somewhere, make sure that you can cut off the backup, maybe get some info. They're a little scared because Meteor's so low.
Thankfully, we haven't seen too many of those moments from GenG. I was noticing a lot more of that kind of stuff early on in kickoff, but I mean, what? That's like the only round where we've seen that kind of stuff happen, and we've watched 3 maps at this point.
Yeah, but 3 members, they can
So that's not bad, really.
Possible entrance. It doesn't matter if the mind games are here or not.
Let's just skip this. There's no chance he's winning the 1v3.
And they just have, I mean,
Something is opping on Gecko. Throws a dizzy at the start of the round for them to try to push out A. That's not so much a reaction because they didn't have info in Gelato, but it just happens to be the right play that GenG decided to call. They went for a fast B at the same time as Paper Rex re-explored out through Gelato. Like I said, not an audible, but just a, happens to be the right game plan. Roll the dice. So now what does your post plant look like? You've got 2 players nicely positioned over in B main. Lockdown. Paper Rex are going to try to fight that with the Viper wall. Oh my god. They did destroy the lockdown, but Texture gets 2 off the back of it. So that seems like a good trade for GenG. Oh, that is so fucking cool from Texture. Dude, Texture's so fucking good. I think... I mean... I'm not going to be able to change my rankings later on. I've already submitted them for Plat Chat. But I think Texture should be going further up. I will just say that to you guys now. I feel like I may have underrated Texture by like 1 or 2 positions.
So dangerous that Paper Rex has to deal with, but breaking the confidence of GenG has proven to be incredibly difficult for every single team that has faced them thus far.
Maybe only 1 position. He's already pretty high up on my top 10, but I might have underrated him by 1 spot.
Try to take down this pit.
Another corner, something dead. Pop flash up over the back of the wall, gets the full catchy and on a Forsaken. Another one in hand, but yet will be able to find the kill.
Actually, I might have underrated him by a couple spots.
Lakia dead. Moniette keeping in this one, and also finding that spike. Texture, however, around
He's just so good.
against his audio, dashes away. The boombot unable to find the kill. 7 bullets remaining here.
Oh, and then Meteor's got the cross.
Out in mid, finds it, and it's a 1.
This guy's a fucking wrecking ball. He's actually a wrecking ball. He's nuts. He's absolutely nuts. I mean, Jesus Christ, he might be the best player at the event. It's possible. How did Global manage to make Texture look bad? I don't think they did. I think Texture still looked good when he was playing for them. But he obviously, he wasn't a duelist. He was playing Sentinel. But I think Texture still looked really good. I've been a Texture believer for a long time. But even I'm getting kind of blown away by what he's doing in these games. God damn. When is Plat Chat? It is in about 3.5 hours.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you weren't tuned into the matches yesterday, first of all, what the hell were you doing? What were you thinking? Missing out on those overall blowouts that we had. But you missed the triple duelist debut from Paper Rex, but that's okay.
All right, let's watch the triple duelist again. Let's see whether Paper Rex look like they have anything going on.
Yeah, and now starting on the attacking side as well. So GenG, they've been banning it since that tough loss against RQ, 11-13, as Des touched upon. Now they're bringing it back. Now in that game, their defense was, by miles much stronger. So trying to just get a head start here on the rounds. And guess what? Paper Rex, they favor the attack here with this composition as well.
For But now, nice and quiet over here at B.
Can't you just talk to Kurt and change your rankings? I could, but I don't want to bother Kurt about it. I mean, I might do. Once I finish the game, I've got a little bit of time. I've got a meeting before... Sorry, let me go back to the beginning of this round because I wasn't paying attention at the start. But yeah, I could. Alright, so both of these teams just rotating around each other. GenG fight for mid-control, PaperX pops into a site. PaperX were basically popping into sites the entire time, so this looks like a specific pistol from GenG, just to make sure that they maintain control of like B heaven or A heaven. If they want to go for the retake, they can fight those areas first. They're going to try and flood into sight. Don't really find anything off the back of it, though. About 3.5 hours to plat shot. Who wins, PaperX or EDG? I think PaperX probably still win that, but I think it would be a wild game. The thing is, I think PaperX's coordination in the chaos is better than EDG's. I think EDG are better when the game slows down a little. But I don't think EDG are good enough to slow PaperX down. I think they would make too many mistakes trying to lower the tempo. Because in order to lower the tempo, you have to control PaperX. You have to stop them, right? You can't just play slowly and expect PaperX to mirror you. You have to actually throw, like, good utility and fight them at the right times in order to slow them down and slow the entire pace of the game down. It's kind of easier to just try to match their pace, but I think PaperX would be better if you opt into that against EDG. So yeah, this is making me rethink my rankings, though. Unfortunately, it's making Loud drop down, though, quite a bit, too.
Pretty low, and you don't want to lose those rifles. So if we're saying going down with the Sheriff is fine, you still have 3 rifles that you bought up. Want to try to keep that in play.
Shroud used to say back in 2021 that Texture was the best jet in the world when he was on DWG. I mean, he was extremely good when he was playing for Damwon, but... And actually, at the time, there were people within the Korean scene that were saying the same kind of thing as well. But that was, remember, in 2021, that's also when we had Ye and Tens running around fucking owning people on Jet. Like, 2021 Berlin, the stuff that Tens and Ye were doing on Jet at the time was utterly monstrous. It was disgusting. But yeah, Texture's always been an extremely good player. Well, there you go. Munchkin goes for the duel at the start of the round. Something punishes. And is the round going to unravel here? Because they have to dig out something. Meanwhile, the spike's going B. They're throwing smokes to make this feel like it could be an A hit. But something gets caught fairly early on, to be honest. And PaperX didn't commit to the B hit. So PaperX wasted that opportunity that they had to either help something or push. Lakia goes for a push out A main because he's, you know, thinking about the fact that it could just all have been a fake. Oh, nice try by Meteor, actually. But alright, Munyet finishes things off and PaperX win the bonus. Just going back to that play from Lakia for a second. He's just knife out walking through A main here. It is weird, though. I mean, the Jet got a pick, dashed in, and he knows that there's nobody in this area. Like, he knows that the whole team isn't here. Because otherwise they would be running in to try to help something. And it's been quiet for a long, long, long time. He dodged the dog? Wait, what do you mean? Like he had dog before? Oh, shit. I see, I see. Ah, this is what I missed. So, I mean, when you say he dodged the dog, kinda dodged the dog. I mean, yeah. Can the dog not see him there? I mean, obviously it didn't, but that must have been really close. Yeah, fair enough then. Fair enough.
Good job for have as much information either. Of course, they're also running a double.
Yeah, can't have seen him.
Was able to deal with those operators.
So GenG now on an eco. I'm gonna try to skip this because it doesn't look like anything's gonna happen.
Off the back of that damage there, gets the nice headshot.
Well, Karen gets one, and what, are they holding for exits?
Dangerous.
Monia checking all the way
Looks
back
like
to
it.
spawn. Heaven for the time being, not being checked.
Karen gets one.
As Lockett will fall, but Karen with another nice shot.
Texture gets
Well,
another.
getting some solid damage here, and as
Dude, that
Karen's gonna find
movement
great.
from Karen. Look at the movement from Karen.
Another nice shot.
Left strafe, stop, left strafe, stop, left strafe, left strafe. He's literally left strafing the whole way. Never at any point does he strafe back into Device crosshair.
Some solid damage. As Lockett will fall, but Karen with another nice shot. Texture as well. Getting some solid damage.
Dude, that movement is so cool. He just owns Device.
GenG doing some damage, recovering some weapons.
Most people, I mean, I do this all the time. You go left, you tap, you go left, you tap, you go back right, you fucking die. And he's just doing a shuffle dance across Device screen.
This is
Very cool.
Essentially, I mean, Meteor not going to give.
Forsaken with a judge, gonna go for his alt play here, right?
Hemlock here to try to back
Can
up.
Meteor catch anything?
A bit, but Cole with the dimensional drift coming through, he's just going to have to back away very swiftly. Now the paranoia as well crashing in.
They're all in.
Forsaken
Catches
back
Lakia.
out of the portal, and he's got a judge in hand. Lakia falls. Something is the one, of course, the headshot Meteor at the same time.
Nice punish onto Munchkin. You can see what they were going for there. It was a Yoru flash for something to peek out through the smoke.
Such heartache.
Not a good play by Munchkin there, just going for the walk reclear of that. But alright.
Heaven still managing to find the elimination there.
Yeah, this is looking a bit more like Bind, where it doesn't look as good for GenG.
Counter really into the swing of things himself.
Their economy is getting flattened again here.
Still a purchase coming through, but obviously the operator not in hand. Something just going to look to eat some of that damage. As the Trailblazer, nice timing, does get cleared out before it can spot him in this position. Flash coming in.
What a
Texture on the
shot.
swing. Not ready for it, ends up getting taken down.
Again, the play makes some sense there for GenG, but it
Now, GenG,
doesn't work.
They can't get too curious about this. I like that they're retaking control of ramp.
I don't like how Lakia is trying to play this. He got punished by Devi
That
previously.
spells trouble.
Devi is normally going to be a mega late round player with this comp.
They're moving away from this A site.
I don't blame them, because otherwise you're down to
They're
a 2-2
leaving A.
split.
Let's skip this
Well, here
forwards. Going to be able to get the plant down.
Showstopper now online.
Any chance of the retake working? I mean, I don't really see how. Could Meteor dash out through heaven and get a kill with the judge or something? If you
How far do you really push?
if you flash and then smoke for him on sight, maybe.
Does have a stinger, so he wouldn't mind.
They're going to retake through elbow, which is also good for the judge.
You know, Chancer to try to clean some kills up. The showstopper doesn't come out. Don't find much of anything there. And
Oh,
man, but aside from that,
comboing
it's
the
not
shorty
able to
with the
find one
spam.
now, though. Last man standing. Push onto the corner. Is going to be good for the kill into something.
It's pretty big.
No HP.
That's
Snap
pretty
is on
huge.
hell, though. Finds another kill. Goes into the astral form. Sends it the Cosmic Divide.
He doesn't have time, though.
Sends out the paranoia. He tries to swing the wall. TP's in behind him. Karen thinking he was up above.
Yeah. Nice try from Karen. I actually think as soon as he ulted, he didn't have any time. So GenG need a big adjustment here. I think the big adjustment has got to be playing pretty heavy retake. Because Paper X's comp is just going to run through the choke points. They're very rarely going to be taking mid control. And if they do, I think you can fight them because you have better utility. But on sites, they're just going to run past you with the insane dive potential that they have.
Only for Paper X to do
So I would prefer them to be fighting way heavier over. I think it would be way better for them to fight heavy over mid and heavens. Lakia now goes for the jiggle peek straight into the AWP, dies. Something gets the pick at the beginning. Right, what does GenG's map pool look like then? Because this split does not look great from them. And they're just playing the old basic composition as well, which I think most teams are going to be able to deal with. Well, that's a hard read from Munchkin. Oh, he doesn't go for the snake bite. He's worried about how quickly they're going to be on top of him. Texture should win this round. Alright. Gives Forsaken an opportunity. Since Paper X won with Triple Duelist on Split, I'm afraid they might run this in Madrid. Yeah, I think they might. I think other teams will be able to stop this, though. I think Sen
as much as they
would
could,
beat
but
both of these teams. I think
Forsaken,
Karmiko
he
would beat
knows how
both
this
of these
works. He
teams.
sees their movement all the way to the end, even leaves that one
I think
or two
Heretics would be
units
fine
out.
against both of these teams as well.
Nearby, and he is a geek crash.
He is going.
Maybe Heretics would struggle a little bit more against Paper
No
Rex.
other util to play with. 40 HP.
When does he tap it though? Surely this is a fake.
Hold. To get it up to half. He's gonna have to do something here soon. The fake TP coming in, but Karon's just stuck to
Yeah.
it.
Can't deal with the smoke.
Converting these.
Well, that's
One
set.
round, and now Paper
GenG.
Rex have a bit of a
Again, it was, widely
weird
attackers.
buy.
So Paper Rex getting the most
They're just
value
going for like a
from the
bonus here.
understandable.
The round 8 bonus buy.
Bouncing back.
God, that's cool.
That smoke. Not much damage taken here. Bot comes in, Texture decides that's his swing timing. Something swings.
Something needs a weapon here.
Block with the right click. Texture
Good
looks
coverage
to
from
the right
Forsaken.
forward. Forsaken.
Punishing Texture for trying to get that kill on something.
Away at, but keeps them in with the man advantage.
They have information on 2 of the members. I'm pretty sure they should have spotted the jet.
What happened? How are Kamiko any good? They changed pretty much their entire roster. They only kept the one best player from the previous roster, the player that looked like he had the most potential, Shin. They kept him,
There's the timing. He swings in. He will be able to find
and they added a bunch of really hungry rookies. Most of them duelist players. Martine, Narrate, and...
Swing out. Munchkin ready for it.
Wait, why is my brain
Push
disconnected?
forward, something able to win out versus
Hello? Thomasy.
Has the pit.
Martine, Narrate, and Thomasy. Jesus Christ.
here.
My brain just could not come up with Thomasy's name there.
He wins the opening fight.
And then
Something jiggle peeking.
they had Magnum as the experienced player who's learned how to IGL for the team, and they've just been on the insane grind ever since they started practicing in October.
Time is going to be dwindling. Smoke coming down. Swings out. Mind Freak right in the corner, able to find.
10 kills and 3 deaths. What an impressive scoreline.
Oh, you were using the brain cell average water enjoyer? Actually, that reminds me, I do need to drink more water.
With the nade. Angel's finding one now. Showstopper. Texture goes leaping forward.
All right, so now they've grouped up 3 players in the area that Paper Rex tried to take early control, and they've used their Raze ult to try to stop Paper Rex in their tracks.
Around through the attack.
Now Paper Rex are going to ping pong over to the other side. Does Meteor hear them?
He can hear
Yeah,
his footsteps.
Oh,
he
yeah,
does.
notwithstanding the
So now
weapons
he's going to
used,
call
best route
for
GenG
Luckier and
so
Texture.
far.
There's the one tap, the Guardian putting him down.
Good push down mid there from Meteor in the round.
To hold the
You've got to
end.
take some level of
Respect
risks
to the opponents
against
facing.
a team comp that's going to group up so much to
Well
go for the
aware that sewer
pops
was
into
coming
sights.
from behind.
Yeah, Moniet has been struggling since joining Paper Rex.
Oh, my, what a
He doesn't really seem to fit their system that well, which is unfortunate.
In towards heaven. Now it is just Divide. Mind Freak to try and see if they can somehow engineer this.
Because on paper, the move looked really pleasant.
GenG, I mean, it was on the tip of my tongue right as the round
It
started,
is
but
very
I
difficult to
wish the go
replace
button so
Jing.
quickly, but these guys, they're thrifties
30
throughout this
seconds
tournament
left.
have been impeccable.
But they also didn't need to replace Jing.
That's how they're able to overcome
They could have
some
played a lot of
games.
double smokes comps. Like double smoke Sentinel comp works great with Paper Rex's
It's a difficult one.
roster.
The Sheriff
They just
looking for the
don't really
shot.
like
Time
playing
to
that
real
slower
line.
pace stuff.
Gravity well.
Grab well coming through. Time
It's like good for their roster, but bad for their style.
tapping the rope, and Karon just trying to slow them up.
Nice vulnerable.
Divide able to find one, but he needs to get the plant down. Tap. So
All right.
he and Mind Freak topping the board. So
Isn't Jorgamo instead of Monya a better move? Yeah.
testing the limits there, but coming out on top. Trailblazer gonna be
Probably.
cleared. Meteor's got the covering
But
fire.
Jorgamo's enough of a nutcase that he would fit within Paper X really
Punish
nicely.
for it. GenG look to get the 3. Pulling off the angle for a brief little moment. Meteor continuing to have his sights trained in towards mid. By swinging onto the corner, will be able to find that follow-up headshot through the corner now. Grabwell goes out. For now, not wanting to challenge, but
Experience eyes more back.
know what. I mean, see what
much
happens.
impact.
There's still plenty.
All right, we're
rounds to
back.
be played. Paper X still
Gen
not
don't really have... GenG don't have a big ultimate to stop Paper X in their tracks.
possible.
What are they going to do about it?
Right from Divide, anticipating some forward aggression. Keep it staved off for the time being. As
Lakia suspects that there's people in mid.
found themselves
Flash through.
mid. Lock
Wow,
down.
Lakia dodges the flash and gets the kill.
Something in Moniette, go rushing forward.
So this round, though,
Trade damage back.
they don't really have people ready to fight mid again. They're doing a double up play in B main. They just had a hard read that it was going to be a B main play. But after you catch Forsaken in mid, you know that Divide was over towards A. I think this needs to... I think Karen and Meteor need to give up on this double face. They're two of the least experienced players on GenG, though, and it looks like they're just not making the read for themselves. All right, now they start adjusting. God, that movement is lovely. That was very Jing-esque.
The team rotating over, Divide ready. Hit now going to be invested.
All four in the pit, though. I mean, this is a gamble if I've ever seen one.
Cosmic Divide. Not sure how much it's going to be realistically doing here for the side of GenG. We'll see how they often play around this one, but something spotted the gun barrel. We'll find the headshot.
All in the pit. Could come down to a lot of spam. Something's doing a good job, though, playing outside of it. Oh my god. All in all, though, this is a pretty disappointing map compared to the stuff that we've just watched. I don't think GenG... I mean, GenG are just trying to kind of gamble with their setups. And this time, even though they go into... They've got the same setup, one high, one low, double facing into B main. But the Yoru ult just completely fucks it. Karen dies immediately to it.
Hear it entirely clearly.
Look, they've got a double up setup. Paper Rex do go B main. And Karen pulls out his knife. And Forsaken's like, oh, yes, please, a little snack. You pulled out your knife to get away from me? Are you stupid? And he just kills Karen immediately. Meteor gets blinded, gets taken out. So I think GenG are just not really ready or thinking about what the threats are in this triple duelist comp. This is a nice attempt to flood. I think flood defending is very good against this comp. So they've saved it. God, that is a nasty pit. That is a nasty pit.
His potential position starts checking in behind.
Yeah, you gotta suspect it one way or the other. I'm fine with you refilling the pit, but you know where Devi's been playing in that match yesterday against T1. No, he loves those lurks. Now 50 seconds. I mean, Devi could clear here, go back up to heaven. He's got all the options he needs.
Does, but he's gonna be spotted.
Does John have permanent residency rights in the US?
G probably wins.
Or in like Canada or something?
It's crazy to win.
Does he have a green card though?
We'll leave it right
Wonder
there.
if he's gonna come back.
Okay, we'll finish it. I guess.
Because you need permanent residency in order to be not an import.
Oh, the rush. Flash is good. Texture gets the back first kill, but they didn't check on yet. They didn't look to the left. He's gonna take it down. Forsaken trying to hold here with that sheriff, but has the gate crash back across the opposite side of the map.
Two sheriffs. Paper Rex are just looking to swing and win.
I actually have no idea about John's situation. I haven't really thought about it before.
Able to find one, giving them back into the advantage, but Karon snappy with the first one. The swing out the back pillar. Munchkin catching Devi unawares. Now it's all on Forsaken. Low HP Bart finishes off the enemy Astra. Still more work to be done. Down the stairs, but this is gonna
John is currently considered as a non-resident in the VCT contract database. Right, so he is an import, yeah.
But it might just work out. Oh no!
Wow! All good. Yeah, if you have a... I mean, obviously he has a work visa. Everyone needs a work visa in order to work in the US. But, at least legally. But, yeah, you can only be considered not an import if you have a permanent residency.
And then you're close to the win.
I think one outlaw, easy enough to read. Do you expect that there's going to be two?
I mean...
Let's skip this round, because it doesn't look like GenG are going to be able to win that.
Shout for that.
So now, 4-10, Paper X's comp on defense shouldn't really be that good. So are we going to see a fake comeback here from GenG? Well, they go for a little set play up ramp. I like that idea. Nice read by something. And a good punish from Devi as well. Can Monyet win this round? They just don't expect him to be here. Oh my god, lovely. GenG didn't realize that there was another player on site. Very difficult to read that kind of stuff.
Just keep rolling with it.
Yep. This time he's
Def had a green card, Retro. That was the difference. Green card gives you permanent residency.
So Moniette getting a piece. Meteor will be taken down. Mid has been cleared.
Or at least, it's not permanent, but it's like legal full residency. Oh no, green card is permanent, isn't it? You don't need to like refresh a green card or something once you have it, do you?
Things like this that'll really start to make you question your understanding.
Yeah, anyway, green card counts.
Because obviously some rounds you just can't help it, but how many of those rounds are you willing to make happen? Because you, of course, you might have your own set plays with some rifles, maybe with shotguns, things like that, but the moment you buy that half armor, it just feels bad. Got sight.
You do need to renew them, but yes, they're permanent. That's very bizarre. How can something be permanent if you need to renew them?
Clean shot to the chest will take him down.
I don't really understand.
Weapon recovered. We'll see if Munchkin can deal any additional damage here. Working his way up, but as he stands up, it's right into the crosshair, and Forsaken will be able to find Karen trying to enter.
Just like your ID? Oh, right. You mean that you need to renew them in the sense that they need to be up to date with all of your information. But you don't need to renew them every, like, 10 years because they want to kick you out of the country every 10 years or something. It's just updating literally the picture or something. You don't have to reapply again or do anything like that. There's no chance of it getting declined again. Once you have it, you have it.
You want to close this out as soon as possible.
Is that how that works?
Gets himself past that outlaw.
You're reminding them you're still a new resident who didn't move back to your original country.
Rushing
Right,
in and
right, right.
taking
I
it
see,
down.
I
They're
see.
also wary about that covering fire that could be there backing it up, but look at this line. Nebula coming in on the timing, just barely off to try to be able to find the kills. Flash still there. Think it's going to be taken out. Mind Freak fighting one, Moniette getting the other. TP in the backside.
Yeah, I was going to apply for a green card, but then decided didn't want to live in the US while I was processing the application. So I never did. Well, that was... It was pretty similar, I think, to the last time that we saw PaperX run this comp on Split. I don't think GenG were doing a lot of the things right against it. And I also don't think, like, they lost the first half so badly, and they lost the bonus and the pistol. No, wait. Yeah, they lost the pistol and the bonus in the second half as well. That the game was basically over before GenG could even punish the fact that this comp is a bit worse on defense. So that was a really odd game. Didn't look that great from GenG. And now that I'm thinking about it, let's just take a moment here to have a look at GenG's map pool overall. Like, from the beginning of the year, starting from, let's say, when did kickoff begin? February 16th, I think it was. No, not... Yeah. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? February 16th? Yeah. So, they've lost on Split twice. They won on Bind, but I wasn't super compelled with how they played. But alright, so Split's not looking that great for them. Bind is a little shaky. Their Ascent looks very good. Their Icebox looks pretty damn good as well with the KO Gecko stuff. I can't remember what their Breeze looked like. Their Lotus looks good as well. What did their Breeze and Sunset look like? Because those are the maps I can't remember them playing. Breeze and Sunset. Oh, they got fucking owned on Breeze against Team Secret, didn't they? Yes. I remember. Yeah. The Breeze. Yes. Okay, okay. And then Sunset. Ah. Now I know why I don't remember this. Because I only watched them play against PaperX and they got annihilated by the no duelist comp that PaperX were running. And I didn't watch their game against RRQ. Interesting. Their map pool is basically just being hoisted up by 3 maps, though, in my opinion. Like these 3. Because I'm not confident in their bind, even though they're winning on it. I mean, they beat PaperX 13-4 in the grand final. We should probably just watch that anyway, but like I was not super confident in that game that they played against DRX. It looked all right, though. It looked all right. Considering it's their 4th best map, it was pretty decent, but it wasn't amazing. Intriguing, though. Intriguing. Does GenG have a large enough map pool to compete? Like, what does Heretics map pool look like as well, actually? Because we haven't seen them play that many matches. So again, if we start it from here, yeah, they just haven't played as much as some of these other teams. I mean, Heretics Sunset looked like it was cooking. Heretics Lotus looked like it was cooking. But Kamiko had a really good answer for it. The Breeze, yeah, they did have some nice ideas. Split, I thought they played quite well as well. It's so difficult to tell. Very difficult to tell. You can just set VLR to show kickoff under the events tab. Thank you, Cadus. Yeah. Why aren't you watching Sentinels? Because I've already watched all of the Sentinels games by casting them, doing VOD review of them, and co-streaming them. GenG were playing at a wonky time zone, so I only got to catch them while I was prepping for the Americas casts. Dude, I don't know how I feel about... Oh, we just know so little about Heretics, man. I don't know where the fuck to place them. I don't know where to place them. I don't know what to do about them. I do not know what to do about them. Hello. You seem very excited.
No, not really. I'm trying to get excited.
Oh.
I'm headed out to go pick up a blue table.
Okay, sounds good. What do you mean the ugly table?
Oh, it's ugly right now.
Oh, the beaten up one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the coffee table.
Oh,
that
which
guy
one?
still hasn't gotten back to me. The one for the book room.
Oh, no,
It's
you
like
showed
a
me it.
no. It's like a light pink little nightstand that I just need to zhuzh up.
Zhuzh. You look very pretty. No, I can't hold you. You're gonna fall. Love you.
Love you. I'm gonna leave this door open so that Figgy doesn't get sad.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Have a nice trip. Yeah, I'm so confused where to put Heretics. Oh god. Really difficult to rate that team, I think. Where the hell... Like, do I think Heretics would beat GenG? I've no idea. I've no idea. I think I like what I'm seeing from GenG more outside of on Split and Sunset. I mean, if we just stack the maps up against each other, right? If we had... Oh my god, why am I drawing in that? If we had GenG and we had Heretics... Alright, so Split, I like what Heretics were doing more. Sunset, I think that's a bit of a gimme for Heretics as well. What else have we got? Icebox, that's a little closer, but I think I like what GenG are doing on Icebox. Bind... I'm inclined to give that to Heretics, but we haven't watched the finals yet of GenG, so I guess we should put a question mark there because I don't know exactly how good GenG are. Dude, what are the other maps in the fucking pool again? Ascent, Ascent. What did Team Heretics do on Ascent? Yeah, and Lotus. God, Lotus would be a banger between these teams. I don't know who would win that, but that's like great game. Who do I think would win on Lotus with these two teams? I think Heretics might take that unless GenG have prepped really heavy. But I'm not... Yeah, I'm not sure. Don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What the fuck is the other map that I'm missing? What map am I missing, chat? Breeze. Yeah, Breeze. Breeze. Okay, and Team Heretics are winning that one as well. All right, so even if GenG win on Ascent, they'd have to win on Lotus and Bind for me to feel more comfortable about them in the head-to-head matchup. And I think Lotus is anybody's game. I think that one's very tough to call. Both of these teams look very good there. And I think Bind, I don't know enough because I can't remember the GenG game against Paper X here. I did. It was on in the background. I just can't remember how exactly they won so heavily. I think I've got to rate Heretics above them. Which is... I don't know. Don't know how I'm feeling about that. Don't know how I'm feeling. Don't know how I'm feeling about that.
We'll finish them off. 13-4 in response to the 13-5 loss on.
All right, where's... All right, this next map is Lotus, but I've already watched a fuck ton of Lotus. I don't really want to watch them play Lotus again. I know that GenG are looking very, very good on Lotus. Paper X do play a really unusual comp, which would be cool to watch again. How long have I got? I've got an hour and a half. And I've got 2 more maps to watch. We do have time, actually. We do have time. Alright, fuck it. Let's watch Lotus. We'll try and run through this a little quickly, though, because I definitely want to watch Bind. Why are you talking about GenG Heretics head-to-head? Because I was trying to use it as a bit of a thought experiment, because I'm trying to rank them in the top teams of Madrid, and I don't know where to rank them with reference to each other. So I was trying to think about who I would actually expect to win the head-to-head. All right, very solid snake bite. Allows them to go 2 for 1 there, and immediately GenG... Oh, that's unfortunate from Texture. He should have been able to get more than just that. Sasko, thank you for the 24 months. Isn't there a good trap play by GenG on this map? On this specific VOD? I'm not sure.
Yeah, a little scared, especially with that deep push from Texture. And, you know, if you're a fan of Texture, I think he can be forgiven for showing a human moment across...
Team Heretics could play against anybody, though, in the... Team Heretics start off by playing against Sentinels, right? First round. But then, if they win and GenG win, Heretics could play against GenG. It's randomized. It's randomized based on your record. So, as long as the record was the same... it's entirely possible that anybody plays anybody in Madrid. Yeah, I hope it's a live draw as well.
Well, they slow things down right before they would have gotten into audio distance. Things coming down. Trailblazer in the presence of at least 1 gnome. But they anticipate that all 3 players are going to be right around this corner.
Nice post-plant flash aggression. Well, they're not going to decide to fight, though. The more they wait here, the more it gives Karen a chance to get around behind them. They're taking a long time now. Karen's coming around behind. Oh, I think Paper X took way too long there trying to push into GenG. They got stuck in CT. Right, so they force buy. Glass Cannon Outlaw from Forsaken. Oh, and there's the Outlaw getting punished immediately. Texture took a full shot, but survived on 10 HP because 3 of them bought full armor. 3 of them bought full armor round 2, anticipating the force buy Outlaw. And he hits a body shot on Texture. Texture finishes the job. Outlaw's gone.
Know about it now. Yeah, and they take down the Outlaw as well. That's one of the biggest difficulties. And what a
And Lakia just swings as soon as he hits the blast pack.
Spraying away, swaps over the weapon. Just pump bullets
Well,
through
this
that.
is Dunzo.
Reload will
10 HP.
is all it's
When you're
Alright, so this is going to now be an eco. Meteor's cleaning them up.
choked to 2 points.
And we get to our first rifle round, round 4,
For the outlaw, really wants
with
to
an outlaw on the other side. But, I mean, everybody's got full armor here from Paper X. So Meteor's going to find it difficult to get value out of the outlaw. It's just basically a marshal now.
We've seen some of the pros talk about it.
Hit the head.
The turret, the nano swarm, everything, even the
So they
alarm box.
break the baby door, and they're going to go for a re-clear through the wall with the paranoia.
For this.
Oh, something's ahead of this. But Lakia still manages to get 2.
kill on the texture as well. Picks up his mismatch.
Yeah, and something's distraction allows the rest of Paper X to recover.
Suddenly, it is just Meteor by
Paper
himself.
X, something playing that aggressive over towards tree, dodging the paranoia,
Once again,
it wins them the round.
creating such a distraction.
NGE, thank you for the prime.
Smoke here's the run forward. Instant
saw
headshot
the
from
spot.
Meteor, but go now pull back. Wait for the reload.
Can it be Paper X versus GenG in the second round if they both win their first match? Yes.
Now planted.
I think the non-regional matches are only protected, or rather, let me phrase that differently.
Good spot. So it's just the turret.
The protection to avoid regional matches is only present in the first round, I believe. So after that, it's true random
Double swing.
based on record.
For him. Spots one. Oh, worked down at 12 HP. Solo snaps over
Oh my
Pfizer.
god.
Look
Wait,
at
there's
the
no
shot.
way, right?
Barely misses.
There's no way that Meteor's winning
Bullets
this.
remaining in the sheriff. Time dwindling. Meteor, can he do the impossible? The tap onto the spike, trying to see if he gets
Ah, no.
any aggression
It's over.
out of Divine.
Devi's already jiggled it.
Stalwart. Stay.
We'll have to keep note of that. You cannot hunt.
Platchat tweeted they said you were starting late. Yeah, we don't exactly know how long our meeting. I have to go for a meeting in an hour and a half, and I'm not sure how long it's going to last.
For something like the Reyna.
So, depending on how long the meeting lasts, we're doing Platchat immediately after the meeting.
Still not in a fully comfortable spot. Plenty of half armor out here, but just for their sake on Paper X, no outlaw on the opposite side. There are some very critical ultimates available for GenG. Lakia gets his way downstairs. Smoke about to dissipate, pulls back around the corner. His texture being posted up on a very deep angle. Just knowing that this is everybody stacked up on the A side here for PRX.
A lot of damage onto Divide through the wall there as he's trying to take that orb.
Spamming. Caron now sending out that
Whoa,
paranoia.
what a
That
paranoia.
friendship
Wow, it didn't catch onto something again.
Find the cover and kill. Now the neural theft infested. Meteor. Just hanging out
Same as in
back.
round 4 when they went for the re-clear. Completely overwhelming.
Up with one. Lakia pushing forward, but he's full blind. Classic from Munyet with that
Yeah, Paper X's A hits are working here.
Texture.
They're just playing
The operator
in front of where GenG can stop them.
maybe try to find an egg.
Who don't? But out.
I think GenG probably need to be throwing utility and not trying to play off the back of it.
Meteor.
I just tried to throw util to slow Paper X down and try to get enough rotates onto A.
Rounds back to back to back where you're just
How does the Madrid group stage work? It's a Swiss system with 8 teams. So win 2, you're through. Lose 2, you're out.
Towards A.
And the showstopper this time, it can be even quicker.
I don't know why Kang Kang Smoggy play that way around for bind. I'm not really sure. Maybe it's because...
Through the torment.
Wow.
Great headshot. Finds
Wow.
one. Mind freak. It's
That's
back
actually a
to the
really
line.
lovely high-low setup from Paper X to clear tree there.
3 players left and Munchkin caught trying to work his way down rope.
No, I'm not sure why that happens.
Meteor actually tucking below the spray there of something. Voids it,
It's
but it's
pretty
just
strange.
out. Ends up falling, and now
Yeah, the Haodong Cypher Chishu Brim is really
damage
weird
here.
to me.
And he can. Finds the headshot. Now in a 1v2 by
Paper X are running over them here.
And we're piecing together.
Attack side Op
Paper Rex
and
one piece
Odin.
at a time. We've got
When
the
Paper X have been working so well on their faster attack strats, going for the Op seems strange.
one trying to back away. Take some safer positions outside of the
What the? Yo, Slimetry, what the hell? You're too generous recently, Slimetry, man. It's too much. Thank you very much for the 50 gifteds. I've got the Oilers in the chat. Thank you. That's super kind. Thank you very much, Slimetry. I hope you're having a good day. That's wild. Well, now just got home from work. Just got home from work and depositing your paycheck straight into Twitch. Thank you very much. That's really kind.
The A site.
Paycheck. I work for free.
Blazer for a bit. Dive in should clear that close left side.
With the Nanoswarm still here, that's been the real bane of it. The poison cloud into the Nanoswarm.
That's very kind. Really appreciate the support recently, though. Dropping the bucket, dude. My dude's rolling in it apparently. Just got back from making multi-million-dollar deals. I thought I'd throw some pennies at the poors. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the pennies. That's really appreciated, Symmetry. Thank you. Oh, Karen is so weak there. 2 HP when he gets out. Mind Freak stuck the teleport. Whoa, gets caught by the Seas almost. The Seas didn't catch anything, and neither did the Prowler. Mind Freak evaded all of it. And now look, now that they've pulled away from C, they're in.
He just wants to buy time. It doesn't matter if he's low on health. The Nanoswarm should be enough.
Focus! Yeah, Karen and Texture, but Munchkin also went nuts in this game compared to usual. That's nice from Forsaken. I can see, actually, from watching Paper X here, why T1 were afraid to go up against them. I actually think the way that T1 plays their defense side, with how proactive they are in the chamber, I could see them getting a lot of good value against Paper X, but this Paper X team is so quick on their attack sides, happy to pivot around the map, that I could see why it would be difficult to play against them on Lotus. How many points to sneak a word into plat chat? That's nothing. I'll do that for free. Alright, let's skip this one forwards a little. We do want to be fairly quick going through this because I still want to watch the next map as well on Bind before my meeting. So a little bit of spam there. Meteor with the Marshal this time, not the Outlaw. And they've lost 2 players at the beginning of the round. That should really just be GG. Yeah, it's GG. Alright, so back into the next one. GenG have rifles. They're going for the C's with the... No, they're going with the Haunt Nade. Haunt Nade Paranoia. Really trying to funnel Paper X to the other side. They have Snakebite. What in the fuck was that? Sorry. What was... What? What was that in my ear? I was expecting it to just go poggers 50 times, and it started reading something out, text to speech, and I don't know what it said. I don't think it was Discord. I think it was a dono, wasn't it? I just completely missed it. It got swallowed up by Symmetry. I'm hoping Paper X get away from the double duelist. Well, would you like triple duelist?
Worse end of it, but still relatively healthy. And Devi, of course, with the heals.
Yeah, Monya isn't really being able to carry for them in the same way that Jing was able to find those timings and turn rounds. He's playing, like, fine, but you need to be a bit more than fine with the way that Paper X play.
Little jump peek, checks down below, Nightbolt crashing across, Trailblazer coming in from behind though, Meteor noted, taken down, Monyet trying to...
The spacing, though, is pretty off. I mean, Monyet is in really deep, and something can't scale because he's got the AWP. How did Munchkin die? So Munchkin ults. And then I think he swung the other side of Pillar while his ult was going up. And just got caught by Devi. I'm not sure. That might have been through the smoke. We couldn't really tell from this POV. Ooh, that nade. Who wins this one? Devi's normally amazing in the clutch, but Karen's aim is fantastic, and Devi dies to one shot. That was a headshot for no particular reason. Devi would have died to a body shot, but all good.
had the
Freak on B 'cause
Oh, let's have a look at the... Can we see this in the replay?
I just thought maybe Paper Rex would try to sell this as much as possible.
Nope, we
draw
won't
that
see this in the
nightfall,
replay.
then rotate back over to B. They
All right, never mind.
pushing them into that C site. They're doing everything they can to force him out there.
jump forward. Texture.
All right,
Noted,
Tech's
yeah.
just going to have to escape.
Has to try to blast back
Oh,
from the
just
outside.
gets out.
Managed to do so. Forwarding all this forward aggression.
Door open, something.
How does he do it?
Continues to plus forward towards these operators.
Dude,
Find the kill.
if Paper X have been playing like this
Elimination.
their entire...
Find it. Neural
in
theft.
all of their maps...
Spot.
God, because I mean, they've just got GenG reeling.
Eliminates Meteor.
Absolutely reeling. Everything GenG are doing right now is just walking backwards. You know, they tried to get an op shot at the beginning of the round. The opper is flashed off the sightline and knows that he has to escape. They run down texture. Then they run down the next player on site. Then they peek into the people that are trying to rotate over. Everything, GenG at no point can stabilize here. Paper X have got them on the
Just like
run.
that, Paper X say, okay, you want to stop our win streak?
The
We're
definition of up against the ropes.
It's just unfair that Paper X has this hidden card that they can use against operators, and it's simply called something. He just swings out, takes down the scope every single
I saw a video that
time.
Paper X are the team that are most dependent on a single player.
Find one.
I mean, that might have been using some kind of stat to get to that conclusion, but I don't really think that's true. When Paper X are at their best, they're a hive mind.
Guardia. I think much else is going to be found here for GenG.
And maybe Jin gets a lot more of the kills than other people, but actually, I'm not even sure that that's true, to be honest. But even if that was true, he couldn't just go around doing it on his own. They use each other's distractions.
So Paper X just trying to snowball whatever they can. That's the confidence they have. Now reaching that.
Something on the arena.
Yeah, so this at the moment looks really nice from Paper X. They completely got GenG on the run.
But now they know it's a weak buy. You don't need to
Applying pressure over towards C. GenG are trying to
Spotted that.
rotate quickly onto the other side.
Fishing for it. It looks like something. He says, I'll just heal it back up.
They get in onto the site.
And then I'll just go ahead and use a devour.
It's looking fairly decent. But Munchkin and Meteor have just run in through the CT smoke here, and they've managed to pop Devi and Monyet. I was going to say, the Flood retake was ready to happen here for GenG way quicker than it was in previous rounds. And the other part as well is that Paper X's smokes that they'd put up actually stopped them from being able to control the angles. I kind of think that only having one smoke here and not smoking CT might have even been better, so that Paper X could hold CT a little easier.
Getting involved, gets another. Now suddenly it's just Mind Freak and Forsaken. Mind Freak still rotating over. The cam goes in.
Here comes Mind Freak,
Tries to get the dart
so
out. I believe he actually
they could
does.
still win
Comes
this.
along the box, finding the one elimination.
Still so
Mind Freak
winnable.
now put into a 1v1. Meteor swinging
Oh,
out,
super
down
winnable.
solo, 7 HP from him.
Hello,
Toying
Mind
around with
Freak.
Mind Freak, who's now going to drop down off the box.
Meteor solo. Mind Freak has to know this.
I mean, he knows exactly where.
And he gets the kill. All right, so Paper X do end up winning the round in the end, even though that looked very dangerous.
I mean, they've been, for this
All right.
half.
I mean, Paper X so far just picking one side of the map and drilling it into GenG.
No one's done it successfully so far in Pacific.
And Meteor in a far forward spot. Poison Orb does give it an opportunity.
Meteor should probably be playing retake here,
Top of the side itself,
right?
back lane,
Like,
getting
play to back off towards Waterfall,
value.
use the lockdown,
That's already both guiding.
try to play aggressive as soon as Plank goes down.
Just popping him off the rip. Now gonna be relying on
Oh,
those
instead
players.
they're going to
Shows
try
up,
to
that's
fight.
in.
Whoa! How does Lakia get the third?
Just popping him off
1,
the rip. Now gonna be relying on
2.
those players. Show stop.
Apparently that's a kill on Mind Freak. I can't even find the frame where that occurs. It goes from being nowhere near his head to apparently he got the kill and died in the same frame. Okay.
Does come in. That's gonna be Lockett dead, but he managed to get Mind Freak. That last shot going off right before.
How did that happen?
Take it down. Could be everything for them.
So I don't think that GenG play that situation optimally for the ults that they have online. They decide to go for a crunch on C. All right. Fair enough. Maybe, well, whatever. I mean, it's a final round of the half, and I would try to go for the retake style with the lockdown, but, you know, they have a different read, and it ends up working out because Lackey makes a hero monster play.
That the Empress comes in big for something.
Lockdown still held. The Creep up. Clear out. Something swings the corner, but no, not going to come to play.
Monyet, yeah, in these kind of situations, just doesn't quite have
nails the headshot.
the same
Last round of the half going the way of
vigor as the rest of his team. Bit trepidatious. Yeah, not as clutch as Jing, but I mean clutch in the sense of like not necessarily his ability to win 1vx's, but more his ability to turn situations around. Right? Jing was amazing at being able to find a timing in the round and just capitalize on it immediately. Very opportunistic and could turn around from being dead to being won by finding the minute timing. Whereas Monyet's a bit more safe, a bit more just kind of getting carried along by the pace of Paper Rex.
Fourth side of GenG. We'll see if that changes now that they go to the attack, but Texture not finding nearly as much value. Paper Rex got to be cozy.
I think I agree with you, Simzu. It seems like Monyet's more happy to play in a slightly slower tempo.
Makes it around the corner just in time. Now re-swings.
Yeah, should have caught sight of multiple as well.
If Paper Rex have a bad year, though, I could see someone else still picking him up on smokes. Because he was so damn good on Global.
Coming up huge. Texture in the meantime, taking out Forsaken to take on the Divide. Full rotate around.
Then again, Global did just have Rossi fucking Omega sending it. Someone had to get the trades.
For GenG.
And now we see Paper Rex on the defense side, which I thought was going to be a major issue for them on Split. But on Split, they ended up winning the pistol and the bonus. In quite bizarre fashion. Just like crazy individual fashion. So we didn't really see the Split defense getting punished. Well, clearly this did get punished because the final ended 3-1.
Acrobatics as well.
Going forward.
All right, Karen gets mega blinded. And it looks like the rest of Paper Rex still want to fight.
Going forward.
So they open the door, Leah Sky Flash, and then just push forwards. Monyet and something holding hands. And Mindfreak goes 1 for 1, so yeah, like a little re-clear play there from Paper Rex with the Flash Leah combo.
No charges either. Something stuck at 20.
Not quite the situation Paper Rex would like.
I think Paper Rex could still just turn up at Madrid. I'm so cautious about ruling them out.
So close to tracking him through that smoke.
Last player standing.
Because in the format of the groups at Madrid, if your second round opponent or third round opponent is Paper Rex and you haven't prepped for them properly, they can run you over.
Yeah, no armor. Just the cash right now.
And you might be prepping for all sorts of other opponents, thinking that they're more likely, like you're more likely to face them.
Instead of going for something like a bulldog. Texture wanting to grab that orb,
but the way that Madrid groups work, you have to be ready for every team. Every team. Which means that the teams at the bottom of the pool, in theory, teams like FPX, teams like currently Paper Rex, people might not prep for as heavily because they're not as worried about them, which gives them more upset potential. I could definitely see stuff like that happening. I think Madrid's going to be so interesting.
Finding the headshot. Down the enemy omen. Paranoia now. Not going to be in this retake attempt. So he can go sliding down, gets himself situated over a drop.
Yeah, the sample size is very small. I mean, especially, the sample size for some of the teams is small, Renegade. I feel like for Sentinels, GenG, and Carmen Core, we actually have a really good idea about how those teams are going to perform. At least we know like what their peaks look like, and we also know what they look like when they're struggling a little bit. But for the other teams, we've just seen so much less.
GenG They calmed it ahead. These fights. Spawn in.
I was going to skip this, but it's a 5-player stack on A, and GenG are going into it. And it looks like it's a Flash Leah Paranoia reclear. Yep, Flash Leah Paranoia. They're dealing with it, though. It looked like they kind of got stuck in the door, to be honest.
The operator in hand for something, and the Odin. I mean, they desperately needed this.
Yeah, Sen played a ton in the offseason as well, yeah. But do you not think we have a we have a lot of games from GenG and Carmen Core as well? Because they went through the play-ins. We have tons of footage on them. They've almost played like a split. Alright, so does the retake from PaperX look good when something is opping? People are really punishing the ops on this map. What? Oh, that's through the door. Ah, they don't check Karen, though. Karen should probably try to tuck and ult out there. Oh, that's a great shot by Monyet to go 1-1. Very strong chance that PaperX could win this, especially after they killed Munchkin. It's almost inevitable. Well, that ends up working very nicely. That's a huge kill from Monyet, though, onto Texture. The fact that Texture dies and isn't able to stay up and keep Waterfall is enormous. The Seekers go the stupidest way ever, so they don't see Karen, by the way. Really? Because there was one going towards him at the end there. Oh, because the door isn't open? Right. So because the door isn't open there, they all go in this direction. And then when they open the door here, the Seeker has to go like all the way around the front. I see what you mean.
Seekers are on the way. Something gets a nice opening.
Yeah, I think it's Monyet's kill that wins him the round, though. Or at least it's the biggest difference maker. Oh, Monyet lit up by the haunt. Oh, whiffy from Devi, and Texture's allowed to reset his aim and go again? PaperX are doing too much of the same stuff over here towards A, though. Wow, Texture's fucking dominant. Yeah, now PaperX are really getting punished on the defense side because they don't have the same level of depth to what they're doing. They're just kind of sending it A every round or stacking.
Sure, it's the Reyna. You can always kind of try to rely on that half armor, but the Outlaw is in the hands of Meteor. Don't know if something's going to account for that.
Texture's reaction to not getting the ace. Oh, was he screaming about it at the end? Texture's a very emotive player. When you see him make a misplay, he'll like throw his hands up and stuff. What's my opinion on Sen's map pool? It's looking good. I mean, Ascent doesn't look amazing, but it looks playable, right? It's not a permaban. And their Breeze... You know what? When was the last time that they played their Breeze? Because I keep talking about their Breeze being all right, but I'm not sure whether the numbers necessarily back that up. But I thought it looked okay. They went 0-2. Ah, yeah. Okay. Well, that's why I don't know about their Breeze that much, because 50% of their Breeze games were useless matches. This game against G2 didn't even matter at all. It was just a bit of a clown fiesta. But it did see... But, you know the funny thing about this game, chat? Is that... they won the first map, and they were through, right? They smoked G2 on the defense side of Sunset, running this Gecko KO comp that it was the first time they'd ever pulled it out. Looked awesome. Looked really good. The retakes looked so clean. Or rather, not just clean, overwhelming is the word I would use. And then they went into map 2, and some of the people on the broadcast team talked to Sentinels between the maps, and we were like, are you guys going to troll map 2, or what's going on? Are we going to get some, like, funny comps being played here because, you know, everything's already decided? And they said, nah, we're actually just really tired. We're going to try and 2-0 them. And then, and so we were like, okay, fair enough. They're going to take it seriously and try to go home early. And so we're like watching as Sen just lose. Then they lose the bonus. Then they win a few in the middle, and then they lose. And they lose. And we're like, oh, fucking hell. We're going 3 maps here, aren't we? We're going 3 maps here. Fucking hell. And I think my impression of this game was somewhere around here, they just fucking gave up. That was my impression of this game. I genuinely think they came into this trying to win. And I think at some point they just realized we're not going to 2-0 it, fuck it. And then they just kind of tossed around for the end of Breeze and Split. Anyway, that's just a funny little anecdote. I don't think they weren't trolling, but I don't think they were playing at 100%. I think they might have come into the map trying to play at 100%. Though I think for some of the players on that team, it's difficult to give your all when you know that it doesn't really matter. Those kind of situations are the worst ones to be put into. To be honest, we should have just cancelled the game, I think, but we weren't ready to do that. Anyway, they lost to Leviathan, though, in the group stage match, and I only vaguely remember this game. I don't completely remember what was going on. I do remember them crushing on Split. But I can't completely remember what was going on in this game. But anyway, yeah. I mean, maybe Breeze is just going to end up being their permaban. I guess Breeze and Ascent are the 2 maps where they don't look super comfortable. And maybe if teams have a good read on how to play against the Yoru Raze comp, then Bind is going to start to get worse for them as well. But their Split looks nightmarish. And their Icebox looks pretty competent. And their Lotus and Sunset both look really good too. So, even though they're 0-1 on Icebox, I actually thought their Icebox looked pretty good. Yeah, so I'm feeling fairly confident about Sentinel's map pool. Maybe they don't have the best map pool out of all of the teams at the event, but it's certainly not bad.
The opposite side of the box, not going to be spotted. As Meteor, he's pushing
Sentinels is 1-5 when second plays Jet on a map, by the way.
Now he can open the door.
Interesting.
He's going to look for it, gets the shot there into Munchkin, putting him down 10 HP. Munchkin
Is that actually anything to do with the Jet pick? Or is that just to do with
a rotation?
The maps?
How far forward do they want to try to push here? Forsaken. Wanting to maybe get posted up.
I mean, it's not something I've paid attention to, so
Yeah, they don't
I've only got questions. I don't have answers for that.
have a shot, but he's a little shaky with it.
Just on the opposite sides of Munchkin's legs. Cannot find the...
Same record when Tens is not on Omen? Right, because he plays KO on Breeze and Icebox, and he plays Yoru on Bind. But I think they'll be able to beat other teams on Icebox in Madrid. These rounds, though, I guess this was just an eco. Never mind. Let's skip to the next rifle round. They're expecting aggression from Paper X. They know that it's B at the start of the round. Munchkin's getting up very deep.
Munchkin, the lone operative now. Quite a bit of space over at A. Seems like once the
So what are they going for? Munchkin's going to be able to hear the rotates. They know that he's there. So Munchkin will be able to hear rotates if GenG pull people.
Just have the double tripwires right up close to the entrance. Here for
Is one of the trips set up for the... Oh, he spotted Munchkin. Is one of these trips set up to stop the showstopper?
No movement here from the PRX camp. Not necessarily bleeding.
Yeah, I think the Icebox... Yeah, okay, so these trips are set up to stop the
jump.
showstopper.
I thought it was one above, one below, but you really want to take.
But yeah, I think their Icebox, they'll be able to beat teams at Madrid for sure.
The ult's online.
Munchkin dead. Something finding him to try
Oh. You actually can't punish from where Forsaken was stood. Ooh, he missed. That's a really difficult rocket to hit unless you just aim at the floor, and for whatever reason he didn't. I think he could have just aimed ramp there and got the kill, but they're baiting Paper X to trickle in one at a time here. Coordination not exactly there for Paper X on this flood. Winnable though, still for something. I couldn't quite find the timing.
Spike planted. No leers, no dismisses, no nothing.
Yeah, the round 22 10 snowman push was pretty bad, but if they just tighten that kind of stuff up, they got a good chance. I think their comp is really nice too. Zekin said the plan was to push, but he fell back because Sassy mollied him off. Yeah. I mean, the pushing made more sense. It's just that it was only Tens that did it. Tens, sorry, that did it. So, probably sounds like some kind of miscom issue. Does Munchkin win a 1v2 here to win the game? To be honest with you, I can't remember.
This is going to be approach from main. No bites to speak of. Just way in the top B. Flush against the wall.
He's going to want to pop that poison cloud. Yeah, try to act like he might be hiding in the smoke as well. Just some extra distractions. We'll see if it works.
Smoke comes down. Here's one. Poison now coming down, and they're just holding for this one. The spray. He gets him off the defuse for a moment.
No, okay.
Free to pop. Odin for Lockya, really trying to bully their way and punish Paper Rex for pushing out aggressively.
4 players A again. I feel like you can hit C so often against Paper X. As soon as this door opens as well, soon as you see the door open, doesn't that just make it incredibly obvious that Paper X are doing their A push? Are they ever opening the door as a fake? I don't think so, because if there weren't a bunch of players stacking A, opening tree there just exposes whoever it is so much.
Still set up. Double push in towards B now. Paper X expecting that this is just going to be a pile into the site.
So they have instantly pivoted to B.
1 minute mark, they're going to reclaim some control. They heard the footsteps. It sounds like Munchkin making that call.
They Prowler. Monyet breaks. They're going to react into B, and Meteor is under a lot of pressure here. Meteor dies. He was the player with the lockdown as well. They're going for an A hit all through tree. They have pit as well. They should be pitting this. Now this is a bit weird though, because you know that they would... Okay, you can see where the Seekers are too. Do you open door and try and take the fight at door? I meant that from GenG's perspective. Yeah, they got a spam kill onto Munchkin. What the fuck? Look at this. Actually, maybe Munchkin was out of his ult there. That's a big mistake from Munchkin if it is that, but I'm not sure whether he... It's hard to tell from this perspective. He's either out of his ult and Devi immediately gets a kill, or Devi's just spraying him. But it doesn't look like a spray, it just kind of one-taps him. GenG just ended up getting bunched up on site there. They weren't really ready for Paper X being that fast. That's another round where the tempo of Paper X wins it for them. They need to be faster to reposition once they've got the pit down on site. Whether that's opening door and trying to reposition rubble so that you have a crossfire, whether that's going and taking site control, or trying to push texture into heaven or something, you know, just trying to react in some kind of way. It is a normal spot to spray when going into tree. The reason why I'm saying it might not have been a spray is because Devi peeked and just went like bang and killed Devi. Sorry. Devi peeked, went like bang and killed Munchkin immediately. So he might have been outside of his pit. He was also getting pushed by the Seekers, so it is quite reasonable for him to take a step outside the pit, even though it would be a mistake with the door opening. Another one of those situations, though, where you can't really tell without doing fucking investigative analysis without a replay viewer. So GenG could just go for a fast B pop off the back of their lockdown.
Not getting cleared, it's drifting, in fact. Over towards Texture.
Skirt.
Finally manages to clear it out, trying to hold the door versus Monyet.
Monyet doesn't have a nade.
Trying to help his comrade push through that position.
Got a blast pack. And a flash. Oh, the flash is so good. It catches onto Lakia as well there. When Lakia was trying to play anti-flash. Good position from Karen, but gonna get traded, but Forsaken couldn't. The timing on these retakes is really off from Paper X. They're not trying to swing at the same time. If they had swung everybody there at the same time, like for example, if Forsaken had been inside the smoke, so as this flash comes through, they peek in with the flash. Then, as they push this player out, Karen gets the kill in the corner. As soon as Karen gets the kill, Forsaken swings, he would have got the trade instead of dying. And if that had happened at the same time as the Heaven player had pushed, and this player, Devi, had pushed as well, if they had come in immediately after Forsaken, if the timings on everything had been tighter, there was a decent chance there that GenG would have fallen over. But they're just kind of trickling in one by one. It's one of the places where the coordination looks the weakest, actually, is Paper X on these retakes. They look fine on the attack side in terms of their coordination, and also the defense if they're just deciding to take a team fight. But the retakes look really dodgy for some reason. I'm not really sure why. I think it's probably because it takes a bit more info to be like set up and ready to play rather than just holding W. But yeah. All right, next map then. So we really wanted to take a look at Bind. Bind was a stomp to end the series in favor of GenG. And I want to know why it was such a stomp, because I didn't think that GenG's Bind looked that great when they were playing against DRX. We saw their attack side actually did look pretty good. They were quite aggressive with Meteor in a way that I thought made sense. Their scaling was very confident once they hit a site. But their defense had some weak holds over towards B, with Munchkin going a bit too aggressive, challenging this angle and doing walk pushes down sand. But also, I suppose, considering this is a role, GenG mostly won rounds on the attack side. So maybe we're not going to learn anything about the defense here. Pokerquake, thank you for the 20 months.
Tournament, saying how are you going to play this map?
All right, let's have a look.
Singular controller of Brimstone. PaperX says, well, we have our own ideas, this time putting in that Yoru alongside. So it's really
Yoru Raze.
Alongside the Raze.
Yeah, this is a cool idea from PaperX. And Texture kills 2 immediately. And the Showers Crunch comes through, but Meteor's good for it. Doesn't get flashed inside the cage. Can I just see, did Meteor put that down at the very beginning of the round, or did he reactively put that down? I think he reacts as soon as the teleport gets used, right? Yeah, he just instantly turns around and cages, knowing that there's going to be a flash through. That's a great reaction from Meteor. Really solid reaction. Because it's so fast, man. He just immediately pivots, cages, pops it, ready to fight inside of it. Great stuff. Great stuff. PaperX kind of picked the wrong area to fight at the beginning of the round. It's a big triple fight in Showers. They end up missing the shots, but the reaction to stop the Showers TP from finding value is lovely. Let's skip this round because it looks like GenG just pick at the pieces. Does get a tiny bit dangerous, but let's go to the bonus round immediately.
Neural theft nearly online already.
No Viper Bind versus Solo Viper Controller Bind Daughter. What are you talking about?
One charge off of that.
I tried to understand your comment, and I got lost. Global did the Solo Viper.
Yeah, we're seeing this a lot with the teams that are experimenting with the Yoru, that, again, with the Sky gone, you're not able to just constantly cycle through utility to check B long. You have to kind of invest 2 people there alongside the flashes. Now they've been pushed back.
Whoa. Just wallbang spam through the tube kills Devi.
Invest 2 people there alongside the flashes. Now they've been pushed back.
He's got like 118 health. And he just gets destroyed. The fuck?
Dep now online.
With a bulldog.
Pushing forward, Forsaken swinging out. Sprang does get quite a bit of connection there.
Doesn't have help.
But now, yeah, is getting flushed out. Quick turn on the flash, and Neural Dep going to be invested. Wait to see if they can try to take him down. Karen able to find it in the end. Drops down on the top of Hookah. Monyet, so finding one. Smoke dissipating. Karen just re-step.
I gotta say, this pause in the round here, I think is pretty fantastic for them. This pause from GenG, where they realize that these players are mollied off, or rather, I suppose it's only specifically Karen that's mollied off, but these players decide not to scale and force the fight. They're just calling a pause in the round, or pause in the exec, in order to wait out some of the utility and make sure that they can overwhelm Forsaken properly, deal with Mind Freak pushing through the smoke or as the smoke goes down. And yeah, they've left Munchkin alone a little bit, but then they're going to be able to turn around and deal with Hookah. And this pause, just to make sure that everybody's ready to push at the same time, is so crucial. It forces a mistake out of Forsaken. Karen gets to reposition and then kills Mind Freak. And even though Karen's going to die, they're in a 3v1. Yeah, Karen's been very good.
You don't have anything to work with, and you're already going to be down 3-0. And not the start that Paper X was looking for on their pick of Bind. Haven't shown it this year. They've been known.
Strap.
They're not. Did used to, I believe, onto that site, but not taking any chances. Already has. Okay.
I think I've underrated Karen in my top 10.
It seems like that's what they talked about during this break. Just saying, don't get overly excited. Let's just win and then celebrate. And they're only 10 rounds away.
I've got him on my top 10, but I think he should actually be higher than I've got him.
Backed away though is GenG. Now
He's very good.
Over towards the B side. Trailblazer rushing forward. Not catching.
All right, so they go for the B exec, smoking off Hookah themselves. Because they don't want to deal with any of the Hookah players. They don't want to deal with shotguns or weird close-range weapons. So now Meteor's got to be cautious here. He's got a good idea that there's some people locked in Hookah. Whoa, bad play by Meteor there, trying to step in front of that, I think. He does get one. And it's down to Monyet in a 1v3, who just decides to save. I don't think I've trolled my top 10 rankings, but there's a lot of stuff that I'm going back and forth on.
15 and 5 in first kills, first deaths.
Jeez.
The start of the value here, something that's been amazing, but Forsaken now trying to get it first kill of his own. Does so, but now something pushing forward, trying to take that deep, hard angle outside of B. Just gets
Meeting starting when? In 55 minutes. I got plenty of time. Yeah, Platchat's tonight as well. We've got a meeting that should last like between an hour to 2 hours, and then Platchat starting after that. Oh my god, lovely from Mind Freak. Great kills to put Paper X on the board. Alright, so now GenG have Result, Brimalt. Oh my god, they're fighting so heavy. What the fuck? Wait, how is Monyet finding value out of that play ever?
Really trying to continue to be the top of the pack.
Because that's a pre-planned double blast pack out of showers there from Monyet. What's the setup? I don't understand how that's ever. Obviously, in this situation, it's bad because there's a Brimalt behind him as well. But I mean, nobody was ever following him. Look, no one was trying to follow this. Nobody's showers crunching. That isn't happening either. So he's basically just double blast packing with a Prowler. I guess if there's one person outside showers doing a really oh, you know what this might be actually? This might be a counter strat for when Meteor places an aggro cam in showers alone. Because if you watch GenG play against Bind against DRX, Meteor was sometimes starting the round here, or not all the way back there, obviously. He started at the spawn barriers. And he would run up, and then he would try to place the cam, and then he would just kind of dip. And we never really saw Meteor's POV, but he probably like caged to throw the cam as well at the start of the round. So this might have just been a set play to try to catch Meteor. And instead they ran into everybody. If I'm being generous to Paper Rex, that's got to be what it was. Because otherwise this is a 100% int. Forsaken through a flash.
Really trying to continue to be the top of the pack.
Oh yeah, okay. He did. The UI just took a while to update. But yeah, he did. Maybe if we watch that from Karen or Lakia's perspective, we can see where the flash landed and whether it would have been a good idea. But Monyet's completely alone there. Good spray control. Wow. And a nice flash from Forsaken for him to get pressure on the Lamps players too. They've somehow managed to turn this with Devi and Forsaken playing together in backside.
Should know that he's trapped somewhere in Lamps.
Over towards short.
If it's not going to be your
Any replays?
That are putting the round wins on the board, really bringing them back into the foot, and My Freak's here to answer the call.
Oh, they don't start the replay at the beginning. I mean, it makes sense because those kills were not, you know, part of why the round went that way. Just go back and check Karen's POV in the replay viewer. Yeah, good idea. That's a great plan, chat. That's a great plan.
Marked by in there. Karen just holding back to see if there's going to be another aggro push out from something with his op.
But that does seem to be the adjustment that they've made since that timeout. Not pushing entirely out, not full W gaming, but they will force the hand a little bit. Make sure that these default setups for GenG can't stay the way they are since that timeout. Not pushing free that GenG's playing this offense like a defense. The classic Forsaken Yoru.
Blown out, jump peek. Not going to be spotting anything here. So for now, Paper Rex still trying to really get a read on what GenG's movement's going to look like. This does send Forsaken back over towards this A site. So 3-man stack there, but the operator still posted up from something. They have to be ready for this. There's no...
Huh? He legged Texture. Brutal. He's also on an extremely aggressive angle, playing a very aggressive angle for a Gecko op, but yeah, unlucky.
Throw those heals out. Now another neural theft. Second one for Meteor so far here in the game. Coming down.
30 seconds
It's going to be a little bit of a bait and switch attempt here with a teleport.
So they're all going through. Monyet still has nade. Decides not to throw it for some reason.
Monyet now stuck in Lamps. No one there to back him up just yet.
Monyet's getting pushed. They got one. Oh, they peek off the back of the Seekers. God, the peek off the Seekers is pretty nasty there. Lakia, Munchkin, and Meteor's about to swing back sight to trade them out. God damn. Very nice.
Wide peek from Texture. Just looking to get swung out by hearing a decent amount of noise.
Yeah, I don't think it was through the dog. I think he just missed the dog. Like, the dog didn't die, right? So it can't have been through the dog. He just legged Texture and that was it. Alright, so this round ends up working really nicely for them. So this time, yeah, they do the same thing. They triple smoke B, including the smoke onto Hookah. The classic anti-eco hit. But this time, yeah, the Dizzy is massive. And then the rest of them flood in with the Raze ult. That's a really nice play by Munya there.
Into a couple islands here by Paper X. He's finding his footing, and it's a push out from Paper X.
Hello.
Over the top, right off the rim here. As Forsaken goes rushing forward, managing to find one, but the trade back is even better for GenG.
Well, round over. Oh yeah, a lot bigger. Too big. We can maybe use it for a living room thing. Oh, it'll definitely fit in there. Right. Can I see?
Kill off texture. Meteor finding 3. Again, just 2 charges away from yet another neural theft as GenG lock in 6 rounds on this attack half.
Now, again, looking at the competition, as crazy as single controller does sound for either side of Bind, you gotta imagine that all the projectiles they can throw on and execute benefits Paper X a little bit more for the attacking side. But all things considered, it does feel like Paper X is just not used to losing out on these trades. Yeah, they push out. They lose 2 people to 1. You've already invested a Molly. You have to use the second one just to buy time. But after that, you have nothing to delay. GenG does not respect it. They just push through from both showers and A short.
Perfectly timed.
Clear on the cam. Dart not found, but looks like GenG not looking to waste any time. Teleporter going to be
Very fast. Meteor getting crunched in showers again. He doesn't use a cage this time to try to hold himself up. Whoa, what a turn on that. How does everybody die here? Does Munya just get spammed? So Mind Freak goes down, again, I think just to some spam through the box or something? Does his head poke over the top? Oh, is he on the headshot angle? Oh yeah, sorry. Texture is on top of Truck right now and kills Mind Freak. Gotcha. I understand what's happening. Then Lakia kills Munya, who is swinging out the other side of the smoke, trying to sync up a swing with Forsaken, and they go down. And that's the round over again.
You want to get the really more lit, but outside of the kills themselves, hasn't been that easy to find amazing value for space, as GenG's been fairly prepared for it.
Gate crash back over.
This is the year Koreans take over the Pacific. Yeah. Well, with DRX not playing so well, I don't know whether that's gonna completely come true. If T1 and GenG were playing as well as they are right now, but also you had a really strong DRX, yeah, then you truly have Korean dominance in Pacific, I think. I mean, same idea again here for GenG. But they're just kind of getting caught because they're not clearing hookah at all. Oh, no, sorry. I'm completely off. I've lost track of what was happening in this round. Let me watch it from the beginning again. I thought they did their B long exec, but they didn't at all. They went 3 through hookah this round. Okay, so they do a B exec with texture ulting out onto site. Right, okay, gotcha. He ults insanely deep, tries to get a timing through the smoke, dies, and then the Nightfall catches onto everybody and they don't hear the teleport. I mean, they realize that at least the they know at least the Gecko ults come through the teleport. But Meteor ends up getting caught, hiding from the hookah players, and Paper X are all over the site. It's over.
Wow, Munchkin with the flat 2 and then something to answer.
That is a really cool retake idea, though. Look, retake. They throw the Nightfall. Oh, wait, did it not catch onto Meteor? I thought it did, but, you know, now that I look at it again, it didn't catch on Meteor. So they definitely knew that the teleport was coming through. But the idea there of trying to catch everybody with the Nightfall and then sending people through with the TP and the Gecko ults coming through as well, and you can't hear it coming, and then they wrap elbow on you. Very nice idea of how to get value out of the Nightfall on the retake, but yeah, the idea wasn't necessarily the thing that ended up making the difference there. It was more Forsaken coming through elbow. It is a lot of ults to retake.
Up to 4.
You're right.
Still have that dimensional drift as well. The Odin for the pressure.
Oh, no.
Alpha yeah moment.
How does he win out again?
Alpha yeah moment. What the fuck?
In this half. Now the spot on a Mind Freak flash goes
Yo. What a round from Meteor. Bind looks like Meteor's best map. I feel like I'm seeing the most impact from him here. He's playing Cypher. He doesn't have to worry about the flank. He just puts down his same 2 trips at the beginning of the round, takes a little bit of map control with his team, and then execs with them.
Can I get your advice?
Yeah? What's up? Oh, you want me?
Yeah, I do.
Ah, hello. Was there ever a moment in VCT where a player ulted twice in one round? No. I don't believe so. I mean, obviously apart from Gecko, but like, you mean Phoenix ults, gets another Phoenix ult online, and then Phoenix ults again in the same round? Technically possible with like orbs and stuff, right? But I don't remember it ever happening, no.
Meteor is more than happy with that. Gen G will start off bind 8-4 in the half.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been Old Lotus. Old Lotus or Fracture or... I don't know, like... It could have maybe happened a long time ago when people used to love Phoenix ulting at the beginning of rounds. So maybe you would like Phoenix ult at the start of the round and then pick up both orbs, kill 4 players, Phoenix ult again. I mean, it would just be really, really unlikely for it to ever occur, I think.
Turn a crazy cracked duelist aimer into another stable role here.
See what Paper X want to do ultimately for now. But a very
Yeah. I don't believe it's ever happened, though.
Site, but Meteor's still going to be playing over towards B. Seems like they're very much expecting that Paper X are going to end up going towards the site. Okay, Lakia. Pixel out of place spotted. Mind Freak sending a warning shot now.
So this is quite similar to what GenG did on their pistol round last time we watched them on Bind, but swapped. Last time they did a 1-4 setup where Munchkin and the Cypher utility were on B, and now they've just literally swapped it around. So now it's a 4-1 setup with Munchkin and the Cypher on A.
Rex start gathering up, getting ready to attack the A site.
So it's the same idea, but mirrored. So harder to get the read a little bit.
They just want to know if backside is taken or not. Munchkin will try to get some shots in.
He does.
Actually, a lot.
Oh, spawn yet. Up on top of the box. Still wants to try to send down that bite. He's greeting for...
Ah! Tragic for Monyet. All right, the flank is coming through pretty heavily. Mind Freak is listening for it, but not necessarily watching to stop it happening. And Munchkin's waiting to get the reaction. Yeah, the stick is just coming through. Oh, Mind Freak's movement there. Wow, and he gets the kill. Lakia definitely playing quite a lot better in the last couple of maps compared to what I've seen from him previously.
Shoves Mind Freak out into showers, and now Paper Rex, they can't. Not going for the force. They want to go for the long
boy. Caron around the corner. There's the push in. There's one there.
Disgusting. Next round.
No timeouts as well to work with. All of them
and GenG all down B long. What a great idea on the bonus. This is something that not many teams really do anymore. And they just fucking crush Paper Rex. They crush them. I'm really liking the amount of set plays that GenG are putting into their defense. Against Paper Rex in particular. I mean, on Ascent, they had 2 that I can think of on their defense side that worked really nicely. And now they've had this one on Bind as well. They probably had some others that I can't remember about as well. But yeah, really nice. Plat today is me, Mimi, Brain, and Bala. I think.
Prowler in, but snake bite to delay. Paint shells. Where those ones went. Full flash though on a Munchkin. Drop in, Lakia lurking. Outside Garden, managing to find one. Something with the Guardian. However, able to get texture, but now Meteor.
Look how quick Meteor is at flooding it. I really like how trusting the rest of GenG are at their ability to flood. I mean, look how good this is. There's only 2 players on the site to begin this. Yeah? Munchkin gets flashed and pretty much immediately overwhelmed. Lakia goes 1 for 1. Texture tries to flood instantly, assuming that they're going to be running onto Munchkin. So he actually buys enough time for Munchkin to survive. Munchkin then goes and drags people away from, like, the... Munchkin swing around this side, pulls people away from watching CT, so it makes it easier, a little easier anyway, for Meteor and Karen to get back through. And then Meteor gets the... I don't fucking know how Meteor's pulling off these double kills, to be honest with you. But Meteor combined with Karen, I assume that Karen did most of the damage to Devi. But they finish off both of those kills, get back into the site. And the flood ends up working really nicely for them. They're just so down to... They're so down to brawl.
I think they are building towards an absolute monster.
Common called Klaus. Thank you for the tier 1 sub.
And if they get the 3 championship points right off the bat, going to Masters Madrid at a higher seed.
Alright, so Meteor only goes 1 for 1 this time. Maybe getting a little excited there, trying to take a duel at the beginning of the round when you're Cypher. Probably not the greatest way of playing it. But he has been on fire this map.
Thrash will lead the charge. Texture hanging back, trying to avoid detection. Orbital strike sent in from Karen, just delaying. Monyet up in front of it.
Yeah, the Brimalt thrown out from the other side of the map just to try and make that doable. Oh, little bit of a body block there. Texture. No, maybe not a body block. Maybe just a movement beef. They're trying to swing around the front of the site. Texture baiting just a little bit this time. Oh, if they go through the teleport, Karen's got him. What the? He's only got a classic and he still almost kills them entirely. I didn't realize he had a judge there when I was saying that Karen's got him.
In the hands of Monyet, the boombot here for Texture.
Planted.
The plant comes down. Texture playing it patiently. But we can see Monyet tucking and swinging around through the elbow, and so far Texture.
Did you hear about the John QT bathroom story? What? Huge. Apparently 2 NRG players were saying he looks nervous before the split game. What are you talking about? You got more confidence on GenG's bind now? Kind of, but here's the problem. We still didn't really see them play defense. And the defense was the side where I was less confident in them. Like, their defensive holds and the pushes that they make on defense side, like, for example, Meteor fighting here, Munchkin fighting here, Munchkin going for the walk down sand. We got to see a lot of that kind of stuff in the game against DRX. In this one, it was just over too quickly for us to really see their full defense side. What we did see is that the flood defending looks quite good. That's really cool. But PaperX were playing fast enough that there wasn't really very much early round push and pull for map control. So there weren't chances for GenG to make those kind of mistakes, and there weren't enough rounds for GenG to show that. So it's added a little bit of confidence, but it hasn't answered all my questions. What is this?
Hey, funnily enough, okay, should I say this? Maybe I shouldn't say this. Do I say it? Fuck, man. I won't say who. Okay. After Ascent, I went to the bathroom. I mean, we all share a bathroom. Someone was holding the door for me, right? And like I peed and I washed my hand. It was like 2 NRG players. They were gonna come in. I was gonna leave, and they were holding the door for me. And I was like, "Thank you." And they both say, "Oh, he's looking nervous. He's definitely nervous." Oh, that was their first fucking mistake.
Wait, so they said that to his face? I don't understand.
I sent you something on Instagram and it's really important.
Okay. You sent me something on Instagram. And it's very important. The most recent one?
Yeah.
No. This woman's got a septum piercing so she can put a fake mustache in. Oh.
I want to match you.
Okay, just to show you all what Beth's just sent me. She just sent me an Instagram reel of a woman who's got a septum piercing threading in a fake mustache piercing. God. Oh, it's going like through her nose like a fish hook. God.
Things work, love.
Yeah, that's why I don't like them.
Well, sorry.
No,
I have one.
I don't like the idea of having them on me,
Yeah.
let's say.
But
I wouldn't like them if you walked around with a fake mustache to match me. No, I wouldn't. No, you know what? That's where I draw the line, and I would actually have to comment about the way that you would dress yourself.
touching my ears is okay. Fake mustache, not okay.
Yes, your body, your decisions, except wearing a matching mustache as a piercing. Too far, actually, too far. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. I'm not saying she's giving herself the piercing there. She obviously already has a septum piercing, and she's just putting that piercing in. Like,
Putting the
but,
jewelry in.
yeah, putting the jewelry in. Yeah. But no, if you could not do that, that would be lovely.
Last time you went away, I surprised you with a piercing.
Please don't surprise me with a septum piercing with a mustache. Please,
You
no.
wait till it heals to put something like that in anyway.
Please, no.
You can
Okay.
try the last one, it's fine.
Goodbye, you little bother. Okay, so anyway, the summary of this story is that a couple of NRG players were holding open the door for John while he went to piss after Ascent, and they were just teasing him by saying he looks nervous, he looks nervous.
That was not good. That was not good. That was not good. Bro, that was not good. Nah.
And that's the whole thing. He's a great IGL, a great pro player. That's not a story, chat. It's not a story. You can get a free version of Epic Pen, but I paid for the pro version, Mr. Fluffers. I mean, it doesn't sound like they were bullying him in the bathroom. It sounds like they were just trying to have some banter between the matches. Yeah, so anyway, GenG win this map. Does it change my opinion on them overall? A little bit, yeah. I mean, after having watched these games, I do feel more confident about GenG than I was giving them credit for. The problem is I still don't really know where to put them. I think all of the teams, you know what I would still benefit from, actually? Going and looking through a lot of the teams' different map pools. Because to me, I feel like Karmine Corp's map pools seemed really good, but it's one thing like just getting a rough impression of it, and it's another thing actually having that knowledge of that. But I mean, goddamn, it does look pretty decent. So they haven't played Breeze. They've just been banning Breeze. So that's a disadvantage against any team that's good on Breeze. Now, who is actually good on Breeze at the event? Yeah, I mean, Heretics. Sure. So, Heretics, but Karmine have already proven that they can beat Heretics in a BO5. So, that's not necessarily a bad matchup. Who else? FBX have got some nice ideas on Breeze. Oh, no, sorry. Wait. I'm thinking about this wrong. The point is, it's bad to permaban Breeze against teams that are bad on Breeze. Sorry. I was thinking about that entirely backwards. What I should be asking is, which are the teams where you don't really want to be banning Breeze against them? And actually, that's like most of the field, right? I mean, you don't really want to be banning Breeze against Sen, but Karmine Corp are going to do it anyway. You don't really want to be banning Breeze against, like, GenG, I think. And Karmine Corp are going to be doing it anyway. You don't want to be banning it against Loud because it's their perma-ban, and Karmine Corp are going to be doing it anyway. So having Breeze as your perma seems like a pretty big weakness at this event. Your meeting is done? No, it hasn't even started yet. It starts in 25 minutes. So in that aspect, the Breeze ban could be a weakness for KC because it means they can't target ban the other opponents that they're playing against. But the rest of their map pool looked really solid. I liked their split. I think it looked really good. I think this Ascent is interesting. I think their defense side did not look that great. But it could definitely beat some other teams. Yeah. The Icebox looked good. The Lotus looked great. And the Sunset looked great. Although, having said that, they did lose Sunset to Heretics and Giants, yeah. But I really feel like their Sunset was cooking. You know, when I look more at the map pool for Karmine Corps, I feel a little less confident in how they would match up against a team like Sen, for example. Like, again, if we did the, like, head-to-head thing on all of the maps, let's say we had, you know, if I put a tick on this side, it's a map for Sen, and if I put a tick on this side, it's a map for Karmine Corps. I mean, Bind, it's both of the teams playing the same composition, basically. And I think that I've seen it played better by Sentinels. And I think if both teams are going to counter-strat it, I still feel like, you know, both teams have a good idea of how they want to play it. Both teams are going to be adapting to what their opponents are throwing out on it. I feel like Bind should go the way of Sen. Split, I think, is more up in the air, but I think there's a very good chance that Sen take that. Maybe there's more of a question mark about that. I feel like everybody's assuming Sen just beat everybody in the world on Split, but I still think there's a little bit of a question mark there for Split. But I think generally I would give it to Sentinels. Ascent is so weird between these two teams. Because this comp, if you play it on defense side with a shit ton of aggression, then it can be good on defense as well. But KC were kind of reserved with it on defense. Narrate wasn't really finding the best timings through the smokes with the Reyna. They weren't setting up fantastic, like, Leah Flash combo retake kind of situations. I mean, you can see they went 6 for 8 in terms of rounds. They were carried by their attack side. I think that's a bit of a question mark as well, to be honest. I actually think Sen have a chance to win that, but maybe that's a, like, question mark more favored towards Karmine Corps. Icebox, both teams looked good. I think I prefer Sentinel's comp. I think I'd probably give that to Sen. But again, it's like, it's a pretty big question mark because both teams looked all right, but I think I'd give that to Sen. Lotus, for me, that's a KC pick. And Sunset's just a fucking banger. I really want to see Karmine Corps play against Sentinels because I feel like so many of these are even. Split would be so interesting. Ascent would be so interesting. Icebox would be really even. Sunset would be crazy interesting as well. I think Sentinel's new Sunset comp is really powerful, but the way that KC play their retakes on this side seems immaculate to me. I think it's better than Sentinel's retakes, even without as much utility to do it. I don't know who would win that game. I have no fucking idea. So many question marks. So many question marks. I guess in terms of the, like, actual maps that I would favor, I've got Sen slightly ahead of KC. But I do not know. I do not know. Maybe if I'm power ranking the teams, I have to put Sentinels ahead of Karmine Corps, though. Because if I think they slightly edge them out in the map pool, and that's not even considering Breeze because it's going to get banned, right? So, you know, throw another ban in there that's coming from the side of, you know, whatever map you think they're most favored on. Let's say it's Lotus, right? You remove the Lotus, suddenly that's leaning much more heavily towards Sentinels. Yeah, I think I'm convincing myself that I have Sentinels number 1 right now. Breeze is supposed to be the best map of Karmine Corps. What? Do you believe that? You believe that they've just been hiding it the entire time for Madrid? It's possible. With Eng as head coach, it's possible. But I don't think it's in any way likely. Eng always bans a map before it was always Haven. Yeah, true. With Gambit, it was. But yeah, Sen do look very good. But yeah, I mean, the question really is, what kind of teams can attack Sentinel's map pool weaknesses? Because I don't think Karmine Corp are really set up to attack Sentinel's bind. Karmine Corp might be set up to attack the Ascent. Like, that might be a good map to attack. Are they set up to attack Icebox? Maybe? Maybe? I don't actually think that Icebox is a weakness in the map pool for Sen. I think that's much more just even territory. Karmine Corp are not set up to attack Breeze, which looks a little weak for Sentinels as well. So I just think in terms of how the maps match up, Karmine Corp is not set up very well to beat Sentinels. Because their strengths are in very similar areas. They could still beat them, but it would be like having to outplay them on Bind, Split, and Sunset or something, you know? Because they have such similar map pools that overlap with each other. So if they want to go to those places, sure. Who's going to win? I don't know. I think if the map pool was Bind, Split, Sunset, I think I probably have Sen winning it. Yeah, tough. Sentinel's Bind has lost 2 out of 3 times. I don't think Sen are that much better on Bind. No, I'm not saying that they're a lot better on Bind than Karmine Corp, but what I'm saying is Karmine Corp plays the same comp idea that Sen does. I don't think Karmine Corp plays it amazingly. And if you play the same comps against each other, it's normally pretty hard to anti the other team. Because, well, no, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. But in this case, it's true, I think. Because this composition has a very specific way it wants to play. It's not the most flexible comp in the world that can play a huge variety of play styles. So if you decide, okay, we want to play in this kind of way because it counters Sen, I don't know whether the Yoru Raze comp is going to do it for you. Maybe they can figure out ways of being able to do it, but I don't know. I'm very much going back and forth on this Sen Karmine Corp, though. As for who I've... To be clear, this is who I've got at number 1 right now in my power rankings. And I think it's really close between the two teams. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to bounce because I've got a meeting to join in 15 minutes. And, yeah, I don't exactly... I mean, I need to edit my... I definitely need to edit my rankings. I can tell you that. But I don't know what the hell I'm editing them to be. Yeah. Shit's crazy out here. Do you think... Dude, do you think Karen is better than Tens at the moment? I think he might be. I'm not sure, though. Dude, it's so difficult. I really think he might be. He's just absolutely frying. But is he... I don't know. Don't know. Shin clears both? Well, I mean, Shin's utility is better than both of them, yeah. But his fragging is significantly lower over the whole tournament. Though Shin's heights were nasty as well. Don't know. Really don't know. Well, anyway, I made my rankings, and I guess I'm going to stick with them, even though I don't agree with... I don't know. Fucking top 10 rankings are impossible anyway. They are the cardinal sin against complex thought. Who said that? I don't know, but it's in one of my no context commands in my chat. Does anyone remember what command that was? Does anyone remember which chatter said tier lists or power rankings are the cardinal sin against complex thought? I think Sen really need to change their game plan with Yoru because it's always like 10 shout control and now other teams know what Sentinels do on bind. Yep, I agree with you. I think they'll need to go back to the, not fully back to the drawing board, but I think they'll have to add some new things in for their bind. I think they tried it a little bit in the game against Loud. Tens was trying to play, on defense, Tens was trying to play short a little bit more than he usually does. But, yeah. There it is, the Smiguli. The Smiguli. Val rankings. Okay, let's find somebody to raid. By the way, in case you weren't here at the beginning of the stream when I mentioned this, I've got... so we have Plat Chat coming up later today, which will be in about 2 hours. Or maybe like an hour and a half, something like that. And then we've also got... I've got a new video out on my YouTube. It is my co-stream of EDG playing against Trace on Sunset. It was a fantastic map. If you want to get some copium going, or hopium maybe, for EDG, I think that was the best map that they played during their run in China. So if you're a fan of EDG, go and check out my... Or if you want to be a fan of EDG, go and check out my YouTube video that I just released. It came out like 3.5 hours ago. And then also, every day I'm going to be putting out a new video of one of my co-streams, but cut down. So, like, I've got a video coming out that's like all of Carmen Co's run throughout play-ins, chopped down into a watchable video. Just basically cutting out all of the guff in the middle so that you guys can enjoy them if you missed them or if you wanted to rewatch them on the run-up to Madrid. And just a reminder that I am also, for this month... I won't really get much time to do any large streams because when Madrid is live, I won't have much opportunity to do co-streaming. So I am still trying to hit that Partner Plus for the month. So next time I stream, if you're down for it, please feel free to hit me up with one of those Tier 1 subscriptions. It's super helpful. Or just resubbing as well at Tier 1 is mega helpful for me because it helps me make a higher percentage cut of the revenue from Twitch. So it stops them just stealing 50% of my sub revenue for the rest of time. Yes. The primes don't work though. Hank Mardicus. They have to be Tier 1. Gifteds don't work. Primes don't work. It's Partner Plus points. So it's only paid Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3 subs. Anyway, I'm going to go offline, but just consider that for next time. I would really appreciate it if I could make Partner Plus again this month. You have to get it 3 months in a row, which is a fucking ball ache. Let's raid Sire Player. We've been watching some Pacific VODs. Let's go for Sire Player. But thank you very much, Hank, for the Prime. Appreciate it anyway. But, yeah. I will see you in a bit. Bye-bye. Do you think Sire remembers you from Overwatch? No idea. I mean, he probably knows me anyway from Valorant, though. Bye.